top of the world, and I'm never coming down. You can't touch the sky, no.
Welcome to Superfest, and welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals. We've got $1 million on the line, and just 3 days of competition to get there. It is time to get this party started and get our first match underway.
Joker can just walk in. Oh, no! That keeps SK Gaming in the lead. And Lay will take his first match.
The final 3 seconds, Stu's gonna go for it, but there's no chance. Plays it straight into their hands once more instead of it. The pass! And the goal's there from Zeta Division, but extend the lead. A crazy raccoon beat the world champions.
He can't contest. Adino tries, he might. Space Station are sent blasting off again.
Will have no issue here taking care of their fellow rival.
Finds some damage, but it's not going to be enough. They will proceed to day 2.
This next match is an elimination match.
Zeus chasing down Motep here.
Elevate, they're going on to day 2.
The connection as well, meaning he gets another super down, 4.5k damage left. That's not something Eternal Fire can stop.
Here's Chino over the top. Unreal. Charles in a 1v2 to try and save them. It's not going to be enough.
What a close match.
What a day it has been. But tomorrow is where the temperature gets dialed up to 11 because we enter our quarterfinals. And we will be one step closer to crowning our next world champion. We'll see you then. As the dust settles after a wild first day of competition, our brawlers that have emerged unscathed prepare for our second day of our finals right here, right now, live from Superfest in the heart of Helsinki, Finland. Welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. Yesterday, 12 of the best teams from around the world went toe-to-toe on this very stage for a quarterfinals spot. And today, just 8 remain. It is going to be an absolutely phenomenal day of Brawl Stars esports, I can assure you. Now, my name's Barney Banks, and I am your host. And remember, we've got $1 million on the line, the Brawl Stars Championship belt. And not only that, but from today, all of our matches are best of 5s. So, with that being said, it is time to send you over to our casters. In the booth, we've got Uber and Kenny.
And what a day for it, folks. My goodness. The atmosphere in here, absolutely electric. Standing room only in the arena here live from Brawlfest in Helsinki. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Kenneth Barlow III. That's true and real. Guarantee you.
Simply false.
It's a great sounding name, I'm not going to lie.
It is.
And I tell you what, looking back over yesterday, we whittled 12 teams down to 8, Kenny, and we had banger after banger after banger. Some of the most high-quality games, the highest density of high-quality games we've ever seen in a day of Brawl. And I've got a feeling we're far from done.
This crowd was loud and proud as well. It is buzzing here today. It's tough competition, though. We eliminated an entire region yesterday, and today we've got some of EMEA's finest kicking us off.
Absolutely. EMEA came into this tournament with 5 seeds, so plenty of representation, and much of that has been kept intact. Let's have a look at our results from yesterday and get you up to speed with an explosive day 1. Here are your groups, and bear in mind, these matches were all best of 3s, so there really weren't too many second chances for teams that were slow to start. Group A saw SK Gaming advance in first place with Elevate in second. We saw Reply Totem having to come through LCQ, Kenny, getting out of Group B in first over Pioneers.
And they're one of the few LCQ teams left. They somehow go through the gauntlet, survive, take on SSG, SA's #1, Pioneers #2 in North America, and come out unscathed. On the other end, the Group of Death. Group C, a lot of action went down there. Both of those teams that made it through, Crazy Raccoon, Zeta Division, who we'll see momentarily, are certainly battle-tested.
Now, with 4 EMEA teams in the competition, it was almost inevitable that we'd see an inter-regional clash here in the quarterfinals. Here are your matches for today. We've got 4 best of 5 quarterfinals on deck for you. We're starting with an absolute doozy. 2 teams with massive reputations, huge followings that haven't really played in a game of consequence on the world stage ever.
In terms of international level, not a lot to it. I mean, Zeta Division has not really faced off against the players of SK Gaming, but safe to say SK Gaming all have roster members that have come just short of success here at an international level. On the other end, however, they're 2023 world champions.
Absolutely, and they mean business here in 2024. Remember, it's the lion's share of $1 million that our teams are competing for here at the Brawl Stars World Finals. $400,000 for first place, trickling down, of course. And all of our competitors today take a minimum of $40,000 away from this event. 4 EMEA teams still in the mix. No survivors from South America, but APAC still looking scary, and North America has their delegates still in the mix. What are your thoughts? Who do you think's going to make it through today? Let us know at event.brawlstars.com. That's the place to be to get involved in the action. Watch the stream and give yourself a chance to earn some fantastic in-game loot. We've unlocked the rest of the reward track, and so Hypercharge is up for grabs over the course of this weekend. Great way to get yourself star drops, pins, and other in-game goodies.
And I think we're going to be pretty split here on the casting desk. I'm curious how the crowd and the viewer audience goes, but I think today's a pretty tough day to predict in general. Looks like starting out expectedly split. Here's the thing though, Uber. There are 3 of us picking SK Gaming. Only 2 are picking the defending world champions.
Yeah, which is, it's fascinating. I mean, they are the defending world champions, but a lot has happened over the course of this year. And Zeta Division and SK have played twice, but only in quarterfinals in monthly finals, and they've both taken 1 each. So in the direct head-to-head, it's pretty hard to get a feel for who should come out on top there. SK had such a great start to the year. Tapered off a little bit though, and that might be why we have a couple of our members putting Zeta Division first. They did fall, of course, to Crazy Raccoon yesterday, but the APAC teams, when it comes to LAN, they always look like a different beast entirely. That's your preamble done. The stage is set. It's time to get this party started. Let's head down to Banks and let's get serious.
Thank you so much, Uber and Kenny, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to see it up close and personal. This right here is the Brawl Stars Championship belt. What an absolutely epic piece of kit this is. This is what all of our players are trying to fight for and to try and get their hands on, and the closer we get to this belt, the more intense the atmosphere gets in the Superfest arena. But it is about time to meet our first 2 quarter-finalists to make their way to the main stage. Our first team had a narrow loss against Crazy Raccoon in their opening match yesterday, but they are your current world champions. From EMEA, we've got Gero, Meow, and Novi. They are Zeta Division. Their opponents had an absolutely fantastic display yesterday's matches because they are coming from the top seed, hailing from EMEA as well. It's Joker, Lenan, and Yoshi, SK Gaming!
Oh yeah, you can hear the crowd. This one means a heck of a lot to our EMEA fans as we look to find our first semi-finalist here. SK Gaming and Zeta Division. Plenty of rivalry, plenty of score to settle in this matchup, Kenny.
It's going to be intense. I mean, this is number 2 and number 3 of EMEA. The only team above them, Humble, who had a little bit of controversy yesterday. Zeta Division had to battle against Crazy Raccoon, who ended up getting revenge on these 3 fellas. They're a fantastic group of members. They need no introduction. But one that stood out to us at the casting desk yesterday in particular, Meow. What an outstanding performance to get here.
Yeah, you'd be forgiven for thinking he was the latest advance in AI technology. This guy is absolutely unshakable. But the banter gets real once Rama gets a hold of his phone. These guys are legit. And yesterday, Meow, over the course of that series, was often not on Rico duty or really, put in a position where he had to be dealing huge amounts of consistent damage over the course of the game. We normally have a brawler picked up for that purpose, someone longer range or more consistent in output. Meow was stellar. Unfortunately, pulling up a little bit short against Crazy Raccoon. That's a game, you run it back 10 times, it goes 5-5.
Could have gone either way, and SK Gaming on the other end. A fearsome opponent, Joker, Yashi, Lana, all of them have taken to the global stage many a time, but this roster in particular has to be noted. When you think about SK Gaming, they run through Lana. When talking with these guys, their strategy, full-out aggression. As Lana so delicately put it in an interview, we are very, very aggressive. Emphasis on very. That's what they do. They power up Lana, let him get in the faces of enemies, and Team Captain Joker, Yashi on the other end, they're right there alongside him.
And Joker, in the past, took Lenard's role on other teams, right? He was that superstar. He was that high economy, high investment player. Now on SK Gaming, though, he's taken a bit more of a backseat, is a bit more focused on the strategic side of things. Getting together with Pedro, working out the drafts, and making sure every SK composition is tailor-made to put Lenar in a position to succeed. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of Rico play over that entire set between SK and Elevate from Joker. Lenar was put on a tank or on a brawler that was high risk, high reward, feast or famine. And if SK Gaming have their way, they'll be eating all day.
There's one thing I've learned about this SK Gaming roster. Lana eats way more than he doesn't. Oftentimes so aggressive. And it's just a hard thing to deal with, especially in a draft setting. You can oftentimes counter out those tanky brawlers. It's not that simple with this guy. You really have to adjust your game plan according to him. Team Captain Joker, also a strong drafter in general. He's a huge part of that dialogue that goes down between the team. It's going to be a tough one to script for Zeta Division.
For a lot of brawlers, Lenar's often put in position 3 in terms of the pick and ban. So if SK Gaming are second pick, they get an uncounterable pick for Lenar set up. Either way, they try and make those really impactful picks a little bit later on in the draft to set him up. Zeta Division, though, are extremely consistent. This is a team that doesn't have any glaring flaws. I'd say that maybe while they don't see the highest of highs out of individuals, like a team like SK, you never see them hit low lows like some of these less consistent, more streaky rosters. It's this stability that has paved the way for Zeta Division to be a household name, not only in EMEA, but globally in Brawl Stars.
And it's been polar opposites. Even though they are only 1 seed apart in this region, both had direct tickets to the World Finals. SK Gaming started off the year hot. 0 sets dropped in that top 8. A Grand Finals win. 0 Grand Finals appearances the rest of the way.
Right.
And somehow we're still putting our faith in them. In scrims, in practices, this is a team that I have heard getting a lot of juice from other pro players. Their success rate was really high. And I'm just going to trust in the fact that these guys can deliver on a land setting as well. I almost feel like they're due in a sense. Should Zeta Division be the favorites? Yeah, I think they should. They're the defending world champion. They were ahead in seeding. But at the end of the day, these players are way too talented not to finally grab a marquee win for their career.
And it doesn't matter what kind of year SK Gaming have had. It really doesn't. When we get to a land like this, we always believe there's a chance. But you at home at event.brawlstars.com feel like this is Zeta Division's game to lose. In fairness, we're pretty split on the caster desk as well. We're headed to knockout first. It'll be out in the open. A map where you really got to think about taking brawlers that can operate over water. Taking sharpshooters. Pearl will be pretty hotly contested, but that's been banned straight away. For SK Gaming, they don't want to deal with that brawler who often offers a deterministic situation late in the game.
And yesterday's #1 most picked brawler is going to be the first selection overall. However, 33% win rate. And one thing to keep in mind, too, in terms of the brawler pool, only 3 sets of maps, but everybody kind of secure in that. Now that we have those settled maps, we kind of know exactly how teams are feeling in terms of the draft. Gus's success rate not high, but he was played a whole lot.
And the question is, are SK Gaming, even on a knockout map, are they angling for a Kenji pick, potentially? We've often seen Gus paired with these high-risk brawlers to try and make a play with that shield, but Angelo feels like a must-have on this map. He can operate on the left-hand side, of course, being able to cross that water, has extremely high burst damage and high mobility to boot.
I thought Angelo was going to be the first overall pick, considering he was a top 3 ban yesterday. And granted, we did have a lot of knockout, a lot of bounty yesterday. But it's clear that pro players really value him for this game mode. And especially on out in the open, like you alluded to, you need that mobility, the extra space to get around that indestructible wall. Huge difference maker.
So Centerpiece Brawler picked up here for Zeta Division. Now they can start thinking about how they fill the rest of us out. Meg comes in here with a reduction to her maximum range on her primary fire. Recently, she doesn't cover the map quite as easily and will need to play a bit more aggressive in a side lane on a lot of maps. But here, when push comes to shove, Meg having a second life virtually after getting knocked out of the mech, being able to potentially fall back, recover, get back in the mech, means that she's quite difficult to deal with in knockout.
At a professional level, this is going to be her best game mode for that exact reason. You got to deal with her twice. I mean, you only get 3 lives. Having a 4th, if you will, is a big difference maker. Lola making an appearance here. This is going to be an attempt at shredding through this Meg. They need high DPS to bring Meg down to just a measly pea shooter with a tiny pistol. And of course, Angelo, as a sharpshooter with only one projectile, not going to do too well into the extra spawner that Lola brings with that super.
This used to be a really common pick for Chaos when he was on this SK Gaming roster. Saw it all the time. Obviously, Lola's damage output increases drastically when she has an ego on the field, and she could use Free Flame, for example, to turn that ego into a piece of shielding. And there it is, the Kenji pick. They kind of telegraphed it with a Gus take at the start. We might expect to see Lenar on that brawler. Can SK Gaming, with this composition, run it down?
And they're going to put their faith, and I'm sure, in Lenard's hands for that. This is the aggressive flair that SK Gaming bring to the table. I don't know if Zeta Division are going to match it. Not oftentimes you're going to see an identical kind of strategy here. These two teams, a little bit different in that front. But it's going to come down to 5 seconds here in a tough decision at that. This is a huge tone setter. Both of these teams know each other quite well. Even though they only played each other a few times, this is the biggest moment of the year for both of them. Daryl going to be where they put their faith.
Okay, Daryl, of course, has the potential to be highly disruptive. We've actually seen him used to counter Frank on a lot of Brawl Ball maps because he can interrupt that super. That little knock-up makes a big difference to any super that's channeled or there's a wind-up associated with them. But that's not really what SK Gaming are working with. Daryl, though, very solid when it comes to all-in between him and Meg. You've got a lot of health available. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time. An EMEA clash. SK Gaming versus Zeta Division in this first quarterfinal.
And the crowd already lighting up. The SK chants have begun. Lana diving in early. It's tank on tank here on the top left-hand side. Middle of the map. Sharpshooter Angelo landing a few tags. Meow being rendered down to just 1,600 HP. He's going to have to take a break.
You've got to respect this Kenji. The fact that Lenar, he has a passive that allows him to heal for damage done. It's a rarity in Brawl Stars. Not even Mortis has something like that. I guess he sort of simulates it with his ultimate, but either way, it is pretty scary once that Kenji can get in. Here's the slash Eevee, now goes low. Joker trying to pressure, but now he's going to be able to catch Lenar out and just walk away.
Perfect timing there from Navi. You have to go in when Kenji lands. That's when he's at his most prime position to target. Now this fog's starting to roll on in. Garo, right-hand side, looking for an angle. Meow on the left, just brought down to a pistol here, but roll available for Daryl up top.
It's a matter of time until Garo starts hitting these shots, especially with the gas encroaching. It's dangerous. Novi just walks up on him. SK Gaming cannot afford to lose their Kenji off the bat like that again.
Gonna be a reset here. Daryl now on the left-hand side. Lana once again diving in. This is going to be one roll. Looking for a second here. The bounce off the wall. It's a bank shot. A dive in as well. This time, disaster for SK Gaming. Early lead as Meow looks to bring him down. Game 1 going to Zeta Division.
You remember how we talked about stability? We're seeing the other end of the spectrum here in SK Gaming. In the past, they've been known to be a little streaky. And that was a bit of a stinker from them to start off this quarterfinal.
The series in the BSC top 8, 1-1 apiece from these two. 3-1 Zeta one time, and the other 3-2 SK. We know this is going to be tough. SK Gaming at their peak, though, I do think can keep up with the previous world champions.
So low again, already has to use one charge of that gadget. And all of SK Gaming are forced away. So far, this Kenji pick has been utterly countered by Novi. We're now hoping for the arc of that slash to maybe catch onto the Daryl, reveal him at the very least here, but this is oppressive now for Zeta Division. Kenny, they've taken full map control. Lenar is on the outside looking in.
So much pressure being applied by Zeta Division. They're in their spawn and there's no way out. It's gonna be a giant robot gatekeeping them here. They have no shield to aid Lana. Joker just trying to keep up with the distance of Meg. Angelo from long distance able to put the pressure, and now they're expanding, moving towards this mid, and they will have an opportunity here to try and strike back.
Quietly, Yoshi's been the difference maker for SK. That poke damage on Meow forces Zeta Division back into their own half of the map. And now SK Gaming have a chance to make something of it. Meow barely gets away alive there. Still needs to respect Lenar as he encroaches on the left. Novi's being kept low as well. SK Gaming has good poke damage. Here's Garo throwing the super down. Joker forced to play in the gas for the time being. He's going low. Lenar up front and center. Goes for the super, but it's dodged by everybody in Zeta Division. Look, a cut above.
They've simply been better this set. SK Gaming not finding those early frags. They have to find a way to respond here. Once again, the long-range lane on the right-hand end. Middle of the map, team captain Joker looking to apply a little bit of pressure. They need to start off here early. They've been in their back spawn a lot of the time. Here goes Lenon, off to the races. One tap away from bringing Meow down. That would have been so good for them.
This composition, so solid for Zeta Division. It's not flashy at all, but it is very good at doing what it needs to, which is to stay alive. SK Gaming have scored 0 kills over the course of this set thus far. And that might be a trend that continues. One hit of the super, catching on to Novi. Lenar wants more. Meow, though, as low as he is, still represents a significant threat of damage. But there it is. Kuku Papa going to be used to knock the mech out of the mech. And now Novi trying to pressure Joker down. He's missing. Lenar with a super available. And finally, SK Gaming get on the board. They're awake.
1-1 apiece in game 2. That's the aggression we have to see from SK. They have to find that comfortable strategy that's worked for them all year long. It doesn't matter who you're facing off against. Do something you're good at, and better yet, play one of the best, if not the best brawlers in the game while you're doing it.
So now we know their comp works, Kenny, but it means they need a fair amount of poke damage early in the round. Yoshi was huge, especially getting that shield over to Lenar when it was needed. 3 supers up here for SK Gaming. Can they put it together? We've got a ego on the field for Joker. That Lola hitting hard right now.
Garo just lurking in this grass too. Yashi trying to do a scouting report, but he just can't seem to find him quite yet. Navi on the left-hand in, looking for a burst of aggression. Machine gun fire coming out of that mech. Lenon knows he has to get to this early. Shield on Yashi. He's trying to dive in, but the aggressive brawler goes down early. A roll in from Daryl. Yashi slowed down, rendered useless, brought to his knees, and a lone Joker is gonna have to find a way to clutch this up.
1 versus 3. As good as Joker is, that might just be a little too much to expect. Good damage output Lola has. But I'm going to give it to you straight, folks. This is virtually impossible. Joker knows it as well, and SK Gaming will concede this set. Taking too long to wake up. And it's Zeta Division that swoop in for a comfortable start.
A little bit of a reality check here for SK Gaming. It was pretty clear in that one that Zeta Division were miles ahead. It's a different game mode we've got coming up. This is a best of 5 here today. They've got a little bit of a margin for error, but not a lot, especially when you're playing against a world champion. You don't want to be in a spot where you're down 1, 2 sets and have to claw your way back to do the impossible.
I think Zeta Division are happy to leave Kenji open. They may have baited it from SK, feeling like they had contingency, feeling like they had a composition that could handle it, and they have demonstrated that. I mean, Meg's so high damage, Daryl's so punishing, especially with that tar barrel. Something we really just glossed over. Makes it difficult for Lenar to actually get to his intended target. Yoshi does not have the damage to deal with these 2 tanks when they go for him. And we see Zeta Division exploiting the window where there's no ego available for Joker. It just got picked off prior by Garo in that last clip.
The lowest frag for Zeta Division had as many kills as the entire roster of SK Gaming that set. That's a statement. This team dominated them in the opener. And to your point too, while on ladder for our average player like myself, Lenar playing this Kenji is so good, but when you have professionals drafting, they can make adjustments. I don't think Daryl's too bad of a consolation prize. If anything, to get a shotgun brawler to go into the tank, I think you're right. Zeta Division were more than comfortable letting Kenji go.
And you've got to feel like when we start to get to the end of those knockout rounds and the gas comes in, you have 2 very durable tanks. Daryl, who's hard to kill at the best of times, and Meg, who gets virtually a second life. That matters a whole lot when you're in a race and the gas comes in, you get knocked out of the mech, you get a little bit longer than your opponents to survive. Of course, as you virtually have a 4th brawler in a reserve. We're going to gloss over that if you're an SK fan. You're going to pretend that set never happened. But Zeta Division will be happy to have one in the back pocket heading into Hot Zone.
We're going to take a right-hand turn in terms of game modes. It's going to be Hot Zone. This is Control. The name of the game is holding that center point and playing at the objective here. Kills are nice, kills aren't everything. And I think in terms of brawler pool as well, what we can expect to be selected here going to be very different. You can see that immediately in the ban stage. No Nita, no Stu, you'd never see that out in the open. Amber being deleted from the options I think is a good thing, but on the left-hand side, since they don't have that first overall pick, you're going to see them tend to pick some of the better brawlers in the game. Mo, Surge, Clancy, all very high play rates this weekend.
Other brawlers we've seen on this map, of course, Sprout, been brought in, can block off that center area. Now in dueling Beetles, you can't blow up all of the wall on your opponent's side of the map, which also means that Pam has some utility. You can throw that healing turret down and have it protected, but Hard to look past your #1 brawler here, Kenny. Gale brought in for Zeta.
He is my favorite, and I regret to inform Brawl Nation that his win rate yesterday was atrocious. 14.3%, and he was tied for 4th most played. That's not a good sign, but as an early pick, it is preventative. You probably know that SK Gaming are looking for something aggressive, something tanky, and the ultimate shutdown to that is the old man on the right-hand side.
We've seen Gale played in side lanes here. Tends to get outranged a lot of the time, but is able to move up. Twister also very powerful to lock someone on their own half of the map, and SK are adamant that this Kenji pick is where they want to be, but this time they really telegraph it at the start of the draft, giving Zeta Division plenty of room to play around it, and Hot Zone and Lu go together like peanut butter and jelly.
Makes sense, but it's a really early pick. On the other end, they haven't even selected a tanky option. Traditionally, we'll see that be a response. They won't be proactive with a Lu pick. They'll respond to what the other side does. It's a good pick for the mode. I feel like if you had to tier list the brawlers, though, he'd be no means an S tier or even an A tier brawler in my books.
Yeah, we saw him brought in, I think, on some knockout maps yesterday. Might even have been Luminosity that attempted to make that work. Lily picked up here, okay. This is fun. Obviously, Lily has the ability to enter the same shadow realm that Cordelius sends people to and pop up, use it to reposition behind opponents. Also has a super that represents a gap close and damage nuke. She is someone you do not want to get at your Lu.
That gadget is just absolutely insane. If any brawler in the game has that gadget, they're immediately meta viable. That's just part of it. And once she's in your face, she's going to be really aggressive. Obviously, Lily's had a lot of tweaks here and there, but at professional level, you'll see her come out every once in a while. So now they've got their aggressive option. This is going to be how they sneak in. I love this Larry Laurie pick.
This draft is nuts.
He was a top 5 banned brawler yesterday, and I feel like he's a sneaky one. People forget about him, but because of that indestructible wall, Lu's not going to be able to get to him. Kenji's going to have to get some creepy peek shots, kind of sneak around. It's going to take a lot to get up to him, and on top of that, out of all the throwers, he is the most able, because of Laurie on his side, to help out against people like that, because he's got 2 options to shoot at one guy.
You might want to try and outrange Larry and Laurie with a thrower of your own here, though. That, for SK Gaming, could be an option. Cordelius picked up instead, so we have such an interesting interaction here between both of these, I guess, what do we call them? Enchanted Forest Brawlers? They both make use of the Shadow Realm as a separate area in the game. Cordelius might be intended here to specifically shut the Lily down.
This is such an interesting dynamic because, like you said, we don't too often at a casual or even professional level get to see multiple brawlers go to the underworld. This is a little bit crazy. Larry Laurie makes this interesting. A lot of differences in terms of draft opinion, but SK Gaming, it's time to wake up, folks. Zeta Division looking to continue their world streak.
That's been time to wake up, Kenny. But hey, getting started now wouldn't be the worst. Gero's already got himself into the back line there with Yoshi absolutely flattened by Meow there. Joker really has nowhere to go. He's able to get Gero as a consolation, but Lenar less focused on capturing this area, more on trying to run down the rest of Zeta Division. He's found himself 2, but Novi was able to spend a decent amount of time on the point itself. Gero wants Yoshi, and again, the Lu is down. Lenar can't even fight against this Lily.
The Joker ready with a super, a perfect connection as well, but he can't get anything on that hot zone while underneath. So I think Gero gonna be happy to take this trade. Yoshi now right-hand side, and once again, Lenar's going hunting. Navi very close to him. Larry grouped up with him. He's going for the double tag, has a super available, not gonna use it yet. Joker still at the ready, and now has a hypercharge, a dive in, slice and dice for Kenji, and Joker's gonna tie this up.
Here's the problem for the thrower on this map. You actually can't contest the point as Meow. You need a teammate to be there, and you can support them with your longer range damage. Joker eventually falls, but Yoshi dancing amongst the snowflakes here, having thrown a super down, getting SK Gaming into the lead. Here comes Lenar, a little bit low, but plenty of targets to choose from now. It's another Laurie that has to be dealt with. Meow is a little bit low. Joker with a jump, dodges the shot, stunned up to the right-hand side, and Novi's got his hands full, pulled now into the Shadow Realm.
Perfect tech by Larry Laurie, perfect super from Joker. This is the best of both of these teams right now. 70% roughly apiece as Yoshi is back in the fray. Lenar on the prowl, left-hand side. Gero
Even
gonna be dueling. Here comes a double tag. Meow gets connected with once. Some snow cones tagging him up as well, but it's still Zeta by a narrow margin.
Oh, we see Lenar trying to go to the top side, catches out Meow. Now SK Gaming are catching up. They're in the lead. Joker able to get a super on the Gero, basically rendering the Lily useless for the time being. 94% and counting. Joker and Yoshi stacked up. Here comes Zeta Division, but it's too little, too late. Now we have a game.
Neck and neck here. SK Nation getting loud. This stadium erupting. after SK finally claim a game. Zeta Division right there with them. This is more of what I expected to see.
Such an interesting interaction between the Lily and the Cordelius. Gero into the Shadow Realm already. Yoshi has to be aware of it. Actually steps forward away from his safe bush, preempting the Lily's foray into enemy territory. Lenar should have Meow dead to right. /Emi doesn't connect though. Gero forces Joker to jump away, but Yoshi's been on the point. Gadget used there to get some extra percentage, and SK Gaming are in good shape. Lenar's a problem. He's in the back line. The cat amongst the pigeons. Novi gonna go down as well. Meow finally silences the Kenji.
They needed that one desperately. SK Gaming's entire roster falls. They've got Ice Cream covering the map, though. Yashi grabs a kill. Lana already back in action. Meow forced to flank aggressively. Ideally, he'd be in position to try and deal with the other side. Joker with a jump in. It's a trade.
Meow's down.
Lana can't trade this either. Lily was underneath, and now Zeta Division respond.
Great Gale Force there from Novi. Very timely, stunning out both of those SK Gaming brawlers. Joker has his hyper up. Gero can't really go anywhere from that corner, so Lenar takes an easy elimination. Here comes Joker, jump over, gets Novi into the Shadow Realm, and it's all SK Gaming all the way. Now with a healthy lead, 20% and counting. Gero with a super up, but who's the safe target? It's a hypercharge here for Yoshi. A super will stun them instantly, and it's a carnage sight in the spawn of Zeta Division. SK way ahead.
Gero, the last man standing, holding on to a super and a glimmer of HP. Yashi holding down the fort in the mid. Joker, impeccable defense
90.
here, and they're climbing almost to 100.
95.
Indestructible, it's down to Joker here. A few more percentage points will do the trick. A dice in from Lana, and SK Gaming tie things up.
And a bit of energy there from the young prodigy. Joker gets the crowd hype. The draft for SK Gaming, they knew exactly what they wanted here on Dueling Beetles. Picked up the Kenji instantly. Took the Lu for that map control, and the Cordelius to answer the assassin threat of Lily. Played out to perfection.
Joker knows he's got a home field advantage here too. You can see him hyping up that crowd. Get them loud when you've got home court advantage. I know this is EMEA all around, but SK fans, Totem fans, there's a few of these big organizations in Brawl that have just made it count a little bit more. Anything you can give these guys, any small advantage makes a difference, especially in games like this first one when it came down to just a mere few percentage points.
And it's the kind of game where Lenar looks like the flashy one, right? The engine room is Joker. This Cordelius, so effective, and not only countering Gero out, but also being a very solid assassin in his own right. This was even overkill at this point. Yoshi using a hypercharged super in Zeta Division spawn. The fact that SK Gaming had the wherewithal to be able to make a play like that means they were feeling confident and comfortable.
This was an unorthodox draft as well, and to your point, 427 DPS from Joker, team captain, with a 10-piece. That's a really weird draft, too. I feel like the fact that he handled that so well, it felt like those gadget timings were on point. He was taking down Gale, which is huge, because if he takes down Gale, he frees up who? Lana, the guy they want in the faces of these enemies. If Lana can focus on the squishy Larry and Lori, which is what we saw in those two games, they're playing that strategy to perfection.
That's a nightmare game for Meow. He has nothing to do, really. He knows that there's no one on his team that can really stop the Kenji. Yes, if the Lily can get a 1-versus-1, then maybe. But there was no way Joker was allowing that to happen. Marking Gero all across the map. It's one apiece in this series now as SK Gaming have truly come alive. And with a crowd like that behind them, who knows where this stops?
Early game jitters are out of the way. And now we're on to Pinball Dreams, a little brawl ball action here, a fan favorite from the folks at home. And I think a team like SK Gaming that love these tanky brawlers are so flashy for this game mode.
These bans are pretty similar to what we've seen in the past. Zeta Division, if they don't pick Larry and Lori, they really want to get rid of it. Also, the Nita band away. They get first pick this draft, though, when they take the Kenji. SK Gaming, known Kenji abusers, they'd have to have a way to play around it here.
Kenji, the most banned brawler yesterday for a reason. We've already seen him twice today. Every time he has escaped the ban stage, he has been picked pretty early on. Makes a lot of sense, too. I mean, he's healing, he does damage. It plays a lot into what you want to see as a brawler. In Rico, I think a really good response. Rico is a fantastic brawler in this meta. That hypercharge does so much damage.
Yeah, it's another Joker brawler picked up there, no doubt about it. Gale as well coming in. Again, we saw him struggle to have great impact against the Kenji on Dueling Beetles just now. But it's a different map and it's also a different context. Gale being able to stun multiple people with super when they're on the back foot, when they're playing defensively inside their own goals, can basically guarantee a goal for your team. It's probably a Yoshi pick here, so once more SK are hiding the Lenar brawler.
Ooh, and a little bit of Stu coming in, the stuntman on the stage. I like this. I think it's a really dynamic pick. Gives you a lot of versatility. You can be aggressive, charge those supers. More supers means more super shots. I feel like this is a pretty good brawler that doesn't have a lot of meta counters right now. I think both of these teams could probably look at a thrower, especially when looking at SK Gaming side. They've got Rico, they've got Gale. They could go with an aggressive option as their final pick, but having something like a thrower can get a lot of pinning down of the enemies here. And instead, they're just going to go for the biggest bad in Brawl Stars. El Primo going to be delivering a punch.
Can strip the ball with that suplex, and also his super has an interrupt component to it. Can cover a lot of ground and is generally a nuisance to peel off you. One thing's for sure, this Gale is going to have plenty to do on Pinball Dreams. As he's going to be trying to push back Meow, Gero, and Noe respectively. This is a very aggressive, a very all-in composition for Zeta Division. And at this point, SK can't be thinking about how to counter the Stu because there are three brawlers that warrant counters in and of themselves, and Colette is going to round out this composition for SK.
I was going to say, you have to deal with the plethora of health points on this other side. And I was trying to rack my brain of what brawlers do you select. Colette, the tank counter of tank counters, is perfect here. I think it actually makes a lot of sense. They could even go with something like Push It for a defensive mechanism. I actually don't mind this at all. I think this is going to be a pretty solid pick.
I like Push It a lot. It's going to combine, of course, with Lenar's Super Gale Force in being able to stave off these aggressive brawlers. So it's Zeta Division with the aggressive comp. SK Gaming want to be on defense here. Let's see how it plays out in our third set.
This is a big set as well. Whoever takes it's going to have a lead and be on one set away from making it to day number 3 of the World Finals. Lana starting off on the right-hand side. The normally aggressive brawler is able to handle the other side, but narrowly. Yoshi already has a supercharged up Joker, a menace on this brawler as well. SK positioning themselves here very early.
There's the Gale Force from Yoshi, and Novi has nothing to do. Gero here as well takes a ton of poke damage, and in comes Meow with the elbow of justice. How are they going to get rid of this El Primo? Pure damage, says Joker, and I've got plenty of it.
Joker meets him in the middle with a lot of shots to the face. SK Gaming, great defense. They have not been able to escape this spawn, and now Navi's back on the prowl. Gero, right hand in, looking
Another
at Lanan. The stun goes through. Yoshi can't quite secure the kill, though. That pesky Kenji in his heels gets away.
And there it is, Meow. I can't quite connect, though. Lenar having to use a gotcha gadget earlier on. It's a tough fight to beat Gero here. Navi wants to push out Joker, though, with the hypercharge. Bullets flying everywhere, but Lenar goes down. Gero's going to be a problem for this Rico, and Joker doesn't even bother trying to deal with the Stu. Yoshi needs a big super here, maybe hyper it, and it does come through. 2 waves of Gale Force pushes Meow back. Another one. Yoshi is cycling those supers like a boss.
SK with a breakaway down the left-hand in. Gero trying to defend. Meow back. Kenji in the fray as well. There's a dive in. Lana doesn't get the kill, though. Navi and teammates will be able to push through. Gero back in ball control.
And now we know the Colette does have Push It as a star power, so it's just displacement, not the shielding from mass attacks that you more often look to take. Meow here with that hypercharge up. Lenar wants to be the one pressuring the Primo down, and so he does. Hypercharge super comes in for the Colette. Lenar definitely walks outside of that Slashimi X radius, but Gero at least is able to trade. Ball is cornered. Classic SK play, but they still need a goal before they can fall back. Another super from Yoshi, making space for Joker.
Yoshi hasn't been a flashy pick, but he sure as heck has been defensive. Meow hasn't been able to break away yet. Here comes Joker with some tags. Meow with the dive in, taking flight, makes a connection. Take down alongside it. Now SK on the back line. 15 to go on the shot clock, and Zeta are trying to position themselves here. Ball left, right in SK's hands though.
Here comes Lenar again, gets rid of Meow once more. Yoshi again, rinse and repeat, super onto Novi. Gero has to super back towards his goals, but here is overtime. Lenar tried to make a shot, but Novi is too low. Meow will hold possession and corner the ball.
Little preemptive fire there from Lana. Tried to time it just right, but 2 bodies were standing in his path alongside the goal. Now it's been cornered towards this top left side. A skate away, a dodge. Lana goes down. Yoshi making a push here. A tag onto Meow, stuns him out of the ball, but a breakaway opportunity for Zeta Division. The red roster with a chance here.
Lenar back off spawn though. Joker under pressure. Lets the super go. Can't dodge the Kenji super. Goal! Novi ends it in overtime. What a first round!
That was only game number 1, Uber. Everybody take a deep breath. We are in for a roller coaster ride here. 2 EMEA Titans trying to show why they deserve to take this big stage, why they deserve a day number 3, and now they're battling at their best for a set 3.
SK need to pivot off their map control. Once they get position, they need to convert into a goal. That was their biggest problem in the previous round. Zeta just kept coming back off spawn, relentless, and eventually overwhelmed them.
Joker gonna slow down a little bit. Looks for these tags, goes in the mid. Lana popping a gadget, a perfect dodge out of Na'Vi there. Now Lana looking at him again. The slice and the dice. It's one goes down. 386 HP, and Lana's running for the hills. He has to corner this ball.
That's a terrible matchup for Lana. He does not want to be spending this round fighting Na'Vi. That's where Yoshi needs to be. Lana though able to win it out at least with a gotcha gadget. No, it's Na'Vi into super instead. Here's the elbow from Meow. Yoshi suplexed out of the way, and it's virtually an open goal as Gero can slot it in.
Perfect start here for Zeta Division. A much earlier goal in game number 2, but SK Gaming not wavering here. A lot of belief in this stadium for their fellas here in blue. Zeta surrounding this ball, but an early pickup here from SK Gaming. Now's the time to push.
Yoshi, another super. Na'Vi just blown to smithereens. Gero down. This is SK's time. They now have to turn this into a goal. Mamia's in the way. Suplexes Yoshi out of possession of the ball. We'll see a twister thrown up in front of goal, but SK cannot get possession again. Lana, low, Meow will duck back to pick it up, and Joku is in trouble.
Joker in trouble and missed a huge super there. He survives, but they only get away with 1 kill. Yoshi thrown over the shoulders of Meow. They had an opportunity. They have to capitalize here. This is another takedown. Zeta once again on their back heels, and Lana is cooking with a hypercharge.
Gero's in no hurry right now. Zeta Division have that 1 goal lead. Here's the super from Kenji. Yoshi waits it out, and SK have a chance to attack now. Once again, it's the El Primo, though, that stands in their way.
Gero left in the net. Na'Vi off the respawn. Meow taking his time. Lots of hypercharges available. A lot of util that they can click at a moment's notice. And the big playmaker on the other end now has to play
Classy.
defense. Lanan with the first one. Bounce shots connecting to Meow. Gero skating over for assistance here. Joker deliberating what to do. Meow fist flying, dives in. Meow intercepts. Joker survives. Yoshi has the hypercharge. He has to push forward. 13 on the clock.
10
Yoshi,
seconds.
an open net. He slides it through. We're going to overtime.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Zeta Division on the precipice of winning the set now have to do it in extra innings. Here comes Gero, supering forward. Yoshi with a hypercharge just for the base stats, apparently. Na'Vi in his fate, goes for a super. Lana taking down, and Gero from out in front will seal the deal. Zeta Division take Brawl Ball.
Advantage Zeta Division here. A heated rivalry between 2 of EMEA's finest. And the defending world champions are showing how fierce they truly are. This has been back and forth the whole way. That's exactly what we saw in this Brawl Ball set. I can't help but think back though. SK Gaming certainly had some opportunities, some missed shots, some missed supers. Zeta Division's mechanics just looked a little bit better.
This to me though is reminiscent of what we saw on that knockout set, Kenny. Zeta Division favor these higher health pool brawlers and eventually hit a critical mass where they overwhelm SK Gaming, who again are playing pretty flashy comps, right? We'd love the Rico, the Gale, the Colette even picked here, but it felt like a very reactionary move from SK to bring the Colette to answer some of these big health pools. And in fairness, it looked good. Lana looked really, really good here. But once he burnt through those gadgets, he got a little bit too much. And look at the damage differential. This is the difference that is made by bringing in these hefty tanks. And I've got to say, Na'Vi, on that Kenji, doing well to secure positive matchups after spending so long getting Gale forced into boxes over and over again.
That's part of Brawl Stars. Sometimes health points are enough, even though there was so much damage being applied by this SK Gaming roster. The defense, great. They couldn't hold on long enough. There's only so many opportunities after so many spawns. 1 kill, and there's 15,000 health points of El Primo just sprinting at you. You can only hold off for so long.
It's just too much to deal with, and the El Primo doesn't really have to do anything overly special. Can strip the ball, though, from plays. We saw Yoshi was threatening a goal. He got suplexed back into Zeta Division's net and lost possession. And SK were in no position to recoup the ball and actually make a shot on goal. Zeta Division had not only a very solid comp, but great contingencies as well.
Now we're moving on to last stop. Completely different game mode and an opportunity. SK Gaming have 3 players on this roster that have come so close. But to be honest with you, we give them a lot of credit at this international stage. Yashi made a Final Four last year, but other than that, these guys have been good in the regular season, haven't exploded in the postseason. This is a legacy match for these fellas. An opportunity to take this big organization, this huge fan base to the promised land here of day 3. That's something this team has lacked.
And boy, those fans have been waiting. SK Gaming Nation have been frothy at the mouth to finally see a team go all the way. And this is an ambitious project. Young guns on this SK Gaming roster. Lenao and Joker coming in to try and give him that moonshot. Here's a Surge picked up who, to my knowledge, performed really well yesterday.
Yeah, 71.4% win rate, tied for the 4th most plays. I'll take that all day long, Uber. Last stop here, too. I think a big part of him as well, the unpredictability of that hypercharge, when it's guaranteed to land some shots to explode, so much damage can be applied. And this is also just a great answer into any aggression. If you want to get aggressive, Surge is going to shadow that brawler. Get those free tags so they can get to that tier 2, tier 3, and heck, that tier 4 stage is unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying to face Surge down at that stage of the game. Gem grab here, so a safe mid in Gus being picked up by Meow. Also someone who can empower those more aggressive side laners to move up, bully their opponents out, and take that map control. Clancy's available. We've seen that sort of looked at on some of these Gen grab maps, more hard rock mined and maybe some of the more close-quartered ones. Last stop is a little bit more open in some areas, but Amber also been targeted by Banton here. Here's that aforementioned Clancy, Zeta Division, snap it up. So both teams with a brawler that loves the long game.
And both these brawlers, top 5 selections yesterday. This has been concrete parts of our meta. They're constantly going to be making appearances here. Gus, his play rate wasn't great, but this is a whole new map and mode. We'll see how it goes. I'm mixed emotions just because I do
It's
really...
like 30% win rate, right?
Yeah, it's 1/3 of the time yesterday that he won. And obviously, the game mode's different, the map pool different. But I think the sentiment still remains the same. The damage is something that's going to be an issue. He powers up allies, but if your teammates aren't exploding, if they're not taking advantage of their shield, heck, if you miss a shield, it's so costly. And I love this response from SK Gaming. They're going to go with a mid of their own that's going to outrange, out-DPS the Gus. So in terms of lane diff, we would hope that that Piper would be better than the Gus in a one-on-one.
And in theory, that means SK Gaming have priority, maybe an early gem lead. The ability to let their side laners go ham. Tara getting picked up here. I mean, she can obviously now with that hypercharge blow terrain apart with that use of gravity. Also, like help from beyond can be very effective against those single shot brawlers, but again, a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, this pick.
Definitely. It's been a while. It's funny, too, because last year the meta didn't really revolve around Tara at this time either, but I still remember last stop, Tara showing up. I think in Gym Grab specifically, when you have a super, and now Tara obviously equipped with a hypercharge since then.
Which makes her super bigger.
Exactly. Which is easier to hit, disrupts the gym count. If you just need one big play, Tara might be the brawler to count on. However, this counter pick on the other side, it is a tank, but you can get rid of any effect of that pull from Tara's super. This might be the answer that Zeta Division need.
I love the quick response from the Buster here for Zeta. Trying to book their tickets to the semi-finals with a win over regional rivals SK Gaming. By the way, it's not that it's acrimonious. These guys are friends. I got smashed by Joker and Novi at table football the other day, so they hang out. But still, this game means so much to both of them, and SK Gaming now need to force a set 5.
Interregional pride on the line. A day 3 ticket to the World Finals on the line. And Joker starting out early with a couple taps. Yashi there to secure one as well. It's going to take him a sec, but he has to find a way to get up in Buster's face. Make a few tags here. There's the second. He needs one more, and he'll be at a tier 2 stage.
Meow has to make a gadget. Who's there to dodge away? Lenao with some help from the beyond. Looking to pressure down. It was Joker catching Gero, though. And that will allow SK Gaming to get a healthy little lead here. Notice that Joker uses Poppin to blow up the bushes and make it dangerous for that Buster to emerge.
Lenao now getting pulled in. It's going to be a dangerous one here. Survives the lane. Left-hand side goes Zeta Division's way, though. Joker looking for a gadget. Doesn't quite connect. Always a disappointing feeling when the auto-aim doesn't quite hit.
Still though, Joker and Lenao splitting the map. It's going to have to be the Buster coming in from above with that montage super. Meow has just hit level 2. Novi can take map control behind that super now, and he does. Joker at 9 gems, though. There's a gravity thrown down. Healing Shade doesn't quite make it to Lenao, and Novi's having to bring him down. Joker's in trouble. He's got to get out with the pop-in. 1 gem away are SK Gaming.
And now they've gotten all their bushes revealed. Joker has to be super careful. Meow still hasn't made it to a tier 3, but if he does, this gets dangerous. Na'Vi with a super, and now Lana falls once again. Yashi under pressure. Joker can't make a move, and SK Gaming are just left to wait.
Pops the hype, but that's a big hit on Meow. Should let Lana into these bushes to pressure the Clancy. Meow just dodging one of those shots. Yoshi, not the one you want to fight the Buster, apparently. And Joker still sitting on 9 gems, now is in danger.
Meow got away with one there. He was able to hide, and this gym count increasing by the second. They haven't found a way to deal with the right or the left lane. Yashi diving in, he has to make a move. There's one. Hypercharge madness going down. Meow low HP. He narrowly dodges though. The counter! A sharpshooter shot connects, but Garrow's one away.
Here comes Lana, big super, it's massive! And it strips all the gems from Zeta Division. Meow can only look on now as Lana gets away with the heist of the century.
There's the big play that they needed. Tara makes it count when it matters most. SK Gaming coming alive here in game number 1 of set 4. And now they're one away from taking us to set 5.
The last pick, Tara, with the playmaking potential. It's a hypercharged super from Lana, dropped down, and 9 gems spilled. What a comeback for SK.
One big play is all you need in this game mode. They were outclassed in the second half of game number 1, but if they get a good one here, that's all it takes. That's the X factor Tara brings. And now Joker back in position and already with an early gym count here.
Now getting aggressive despite only being rank 1 there, Kenny. Yoshi goes in, now be able to use that instant replay to draw him in. That's going to be a gravity from Lana. A lot of loose gems here. Joker back in position with a kooky popper is going to force him off that line.
Yashi a wide open right-hand side lane. Garrow backed up, pressure being applied from Lana. Na'Vi trying to move forward, and there's the perfect pull that they needed. Joker forced away and barely survived.
Still though, 3 gems to SK Gaming's name. They are in this. Still level 1 though is Yoshi. Yet to really get rolling. Holding onto that super now to try and use it to close the gap, but that's a torrent from Meow that vaporizes him.
Lana still holding on to this hypercharge. Some extra gadgets. He's not quite sure where these guys are. A little bit of scouting report done. Does his due diligence. Now he's sneaking up with the backhand line. Joker gets one. There's the pull, but he can't get it fully. Garrow down. Yoshi moving in now, and gems being collected for SK. They are a narrow lead.
But now Na'Vi is carrying the gems. Can he be nearly as aggressive while he is the player that has the win condition in hand? Yoshi wants to come forward at level 3. He's looking scary, but Na'Vi has super available.
Hypercharge for Joker. Long range shots. He's playing it carefully, looking for that extra speed. Meow down low, has to dive away. And Garrow looking to match. Na'Vi slowly bringing the Zeta Division push up, and this is going to be all evened out if they're not careful.
Yoshi with the hypercharge goes aggressive. He needs to get to Na'Vi though. The shots bouncing around the corner. Put some serious pressure on the Buster. But Garrow snaps another gem up. It's 9-7. One more for SK, and Na'Vi knows it. He's got to come forward, but Yoshi hits harder. And now we have a countdown. Beautiful gravity from Lana. And Garrow is on the outside looking in.
And SK Gaming have 10 gems in Joker's pocket. And Zeta Division see the writing on the wall. Guess what, Brawl Nation?
Here we go!
EMEA is giving you your very best set 5 to open day number 2.
Let's have a look back over this gem grab set, which really felt like it was decided, but some huge Tara supers, and Yoshi finally getting involved in that last round to close it out.
I got real nervous for SK Gaming, I'll be honest with you. They were looking so good off the start of that game 1, and slowly but surely, Zeta Division crept in with complete control. Isolating the left side, isolating the right. There was nowhere for them to move. A big-time Lana play is what made the difference in both sets. One hypercharged Tara pool changed everything. 291 DPS, and I know he wasn't leading the kill category. I know it wasn't a perfect set for him, but you don't need perfect, you just need a win.
It's another example of a Gus game that doesn't look good on paper here, Kenny. Garrow first picks that safe mid and really hopes that the Gus Super is going to allow the Buster probably to close the gap in a big way, but I don't think the Zeta Division were ready for that Tara. That really throws a spanner in the works. Their plan of using that tanky brawler to come forward. Lana says, I will fight you head to head. I will throw this super down, and I will take you down.
The surprise attack factor, especially on a map like that where it's 2 very narrow, skinny lanes that are covered in grass. If you get one launch of that pull, changes everything. He's the X factor. They play around this guy, and that's exactly what they did in the set number 4. When your season is on the line, when there's no more room for error, you count on your star player.
It's crazy to think that this is the same SK Gaming we saw come out in that first set and look pretty lifeless. Now, though, they are brimming with vitality. Now, we have a decider set. Couldn't ask for a better game here as we head for Shooting Star.
This
For our
one's gonna-
tiebreaker.
This one's gonna be special. Bounty, where we're going to. And yesterday we got to see this map. Gus is certainly in the equation here. Byron, Bell, fun fact, second most picked brawler yesterday. Obviously a lot of knockout and a lot of bounty in that mix. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her here today. 10 plays, 60% win rate. At a professional level, you'll take that all day.
I mean, the nest egg is just too good, Kenny. So important to catch out enemy brawlers and give yourself at least 2 stars upon that elimination. Very, very hotly contested. Angelo, going to be taken away first here for SK Gaming. A great pick to start the draft with.
He escapes the ban stage, and he was the 3rd most banned yesterday. I'm curious if this was very intentional. I'm seeing 2 throwers there, so Zeta Division definitely have something in mind, right? You don't throw out a Sprout and a Tick, 2 pretty overall on meta brawlers. They're occasionally picked here, but I think it's because they want to make a certain brawler shine.
Larry and Laurie?
And I'm curious who that is. Yeah, maybe they want that leftover thrower, or maybe they just want a better matchup for themselves. They know something deep down. This had to be very intentional, though.
Yeah, again, I mean, both can outrange Larry and Laurie. The Tick's a problem for Larry in general. Pipe are going to be picked up. So Zeta Division sort themselves out a sharpshooter. And if they're going to pick a specific thrower, it might have to be here, lest SK Gaming sniff out their strategy and take it for themselves.
I think Piper a very safe first selection for their side on this 2-3 turn. You gotta get it right. All you have left at the end is just response to what SK Gaming to. So they want to start with a solid foundation. They have that long range. They have a dynamic playmaker. They have a great gadget selection, a brawler with a hyper charge. I like what they're doing here. And they're pairing it with Jean, who is traditionally a great Piper counter. They've got the magic puffs ability, the evil spirits they can send out. That chip damage normally really affects the other side. So I think pairing these two makes a lot of sense practically.
We've seen Jean be pretty terrifying. We've seen Rival also go for a Jean Grey composition that used like a Grey walking cane into a Jean magic hand to secure a kill. That was one of the most exciting plays of yesterday. But Jean alone, who's been banned a lot through the course of this series, especially on those knockout maps, is always a threat. And the Carl picked up here for SK Gaming. How about some all-in potential for you?
Yeah, I mean, this is aggressive. This isn't a tank, but it's certainly aggressive. They're pairing it with a Gus. Now they've got the bubble. They can apply that to somebody on Carl and make sure that he stays nice and healthy. A tailspin on top of that. And a good thing for them too, especially for this game, but especially on this map, 1 flying hook guarantees a blue star every time. And that is something so crucial at a professional level.
And SK's comp here, despite Carl being present, does want to be defensive. They do need to look out for the Jean poke damage and the inevitable magic hand development. They're going to have to find a way to mitigate that. Maybe they hope the Carl gets hooked. He can obviously get a bubble from that Gus and go in and be terrifyingly strong and have a lot of extra health. And so we go for the Pearl here. It's a safe pick. It's not the most exciting, but again, in these longer rounds, Pearl is an absolute menace.
A lot of poke damage and a very pesky brawler. This is going to be a very annoying composition to deal with if you're SK Gaming. They can constantly put pressure on you. It's going to take a lot here. 2-2 overall in the standings. The margin for error has been reduced to 0, Brawl Nation. 1 set to decide it all.
Vengeful spirits here. The gadget to pick up for the Jean. There's no potential really for all in outside of the Carl, and clearly Zeta aren't worried about it. Lamp blowout though wouldn't have been shocking either. Gero poked down early, and of course that blue star already going over to SK Gaming.
But nah, still in the mid, hovering around this wall, just trying to be annoying, a nuisance in the Zeta Division. Yashi has the shield already ready too. He's got a Kooky Popper available. Navi's gonna now have to watch for that.
Joker here pops super down. Can play that line a little more aggressively, but still has to respect Gero's damage. Now we'll look to step forward. It's up to Zeta Division to figure this out. They need to get Meows super online, put Navi in a position where he can fully commit. Gero flashing a homemade recipe, Lenar able to outrange it.
a lot of action.
Big damage.
No kills, and the first one pops. Yashi grabs one. Na'Vi trying to get aggressive here. I think this is a little bold. Angelo makes a tag. Lana wants more, though. He has a shield applied to him, and they force out a super from Garo, but the pull goes through. Response from Zeta Division.
They get the blue star, but they're still behind by one, Kenny. Every magic hand has to connect here for Zeta Division. Lunar's the most durable brawler on SK Gaming and will still instantly get blown up if he gets hooked in. It's a little bit dangerous for Lunar there. Novi coming up on that right side, telegraphing a potential all-in here.
Now they're backed up against their walls. The Evil Spirit, it does connect to Lana. Zeta Division now with the lead. Hypercharge popped as well, so they can have a quicker escape route. And now it's going to come down to SK Gaming. They have to get aggressive.
And they have to go in with a Kyle, but that's a problem. If Novi builds a super, you cannot dive a Pearl when she has that super available. You will be blown up instantly. 10 seconds left, and SK Gaming trying to find a little bit of poke damage. Yoshi comes forward, super ready. Lana has to go in, hooked in, dive. There's going to be a jump from Yao. Still, SK Gaming come out on top. Full commitment, full trust, full force.
The highest pressure situation you could possibly have here in Brawl Stars. These fellas putting everything on the line. What looked bleak for a moment is now SK Gaming on match points.
It doesn't get much closer than that, Kenny. SK Gaming have to breathe a sigh of relief for having got away with that in the first place. The Gene is a problem. It's very scary to deal with Meow. Here's the Vengeful Spirits again. Good poke. Homemade recipe almost claims the blue star.
SK once again backed up to their spawn side. Still the star advantage. They're playing this defensively. They don't have to overdo it. Normally a really aggressive comp, but they're going to be passive aggressive on this one. They're going to look for a mistake from Zeta Division and then strike.
They know they're going to be defensive because of their ability to get that early blue star. But they're giving up a lot of map control. Leonard just steps out in the open. That's the blue star handed over to Zeta.
Zeta Division now with a narrow lead. 1 star, the difference maker. Time dwindling on in both these sides, just trying to charge up utility. Joker pierces a shot through that indestructible wall.
Once more.
Looking to get in position.
Dangerous.
That's over-aggression. Mistake coming out of Joker.
I get it. He saw Meow was low. He knew he had the blue star as well. But an uncharacteristic overheat from the youngster. Here comes Garo now. Hypercharge. Getting a stat boost. Lenar is certainly going to drop here. Nice shield from Joker, but he won't walk away. Still, blue star back to SK. It's a 2-star deficit for the team in blue.
That's important. Even though they're down, blue star matters. When not diving in, they're going for a little positioning here. They have to set themselves up for one final push. Crucial miss out of Meow.
Composure now for SK Gaming. They know what they have to do. They need Yoshi super online. And Lenar needs to build one too. They need to be able to full engage here or get some ghosts set up for Cookie Popper activations for the Gus.
Joker now, shot clock available. 1 kill possibly away from day number 3. Lana in position, Yoshi flanks. Now he on the left hand in. Yoshi looking for get him in position. This could be a rewrite of the previous game. It's Lanavi chasing him down, and they've done it! SK Gaming! If you want to seize the crown, you have to dethrone the Kings! SK Gaming have put the world champions to the sword!
In a moment that defies belief, SK Gaming turn a 2-star deficit into a 1-star lead, and that, folks, is all they need to send last year's world champions home.
What a miraculous final game there. Back-to-back games. Look at this. Came down to the final seconds. Lana low HP. He dies with 2 seconds left. And 1 single shot from Joker changed the entire game. This game number 2, a repeat. Lana once again in position. Yoshi with the flank and Joker with a big time shot here. And Lana scoops up the rest. The kill count actually favoring Zeta Division's side. That is tragic.
And that's how the cookie crumbles. Zeta Division just having a couple of extra stars to be taken from them. In those final moments, Garo consistently great damage over the course of Bounty. but we saw both rounds come down to the very dying seconds. And for a team like SK to be able to orchestrate a comeback of that magnitude within such a small window, that's special. You don't see that every day. In fact, we rarely ever see that at all.
This World Finals has just been unbelievable. Yesterday, best of three, as it felt like we were going toe-to-toe on this stage with every single team. The 2 seed, the 3 seed, throw it out the window. When you get to this level, every team is just fighting for their lives to the point where a world champion goes down in our quarterfinals. MVP for the people at home, the man that revolves around SK Gaming's entire plan, Lana.
Had a big job playing the Carl on bouncy means that he had to be the one ultimately to choose to decide when to go in. We talked about the win condition. Make sure Yoshi can give him a shield. Send Lana in. And it's the classic Swiss guy go kill strategy for SK Gaming that pays off in the very end. But none of that would work without Joker in the background, pulling the strings, the mastermind here for SK Gaming. That was a set that ought to be studied. And I'll give you something else for homework, folks. Let's check our bracket and see how things stand as of the end of our first quarterfinal. SK Gaming advanced to take on the winner of Humble and Pioneers, making it to the semi-finals. And something tells me it might just be destiny for this team.
I couldn't help but wince just thinking about the team that's going to have to play SK Gaming next, and it's possibly the #1 seed in EMEA. Pioneer is going to be a strong opponent for them as well, coming up just a little bit later down the line. And on that lower side of the bracket, still more EMEA action. Reply Totem there, Rival Esports, a surprise team from this tournament. And now Crazy Raccoon, they see Zeta Division out of the way, and I'm sure they're not too upset about it.
Oh, buddy, absolutely. The bottom part of that bracket also promises to tell a compelling story. Coming up next, it's a question of whether this Pioneer squad from North America, the team that looks to be the best in the region for most of the year, can they handle the heat that Humble are bringing? What do you think? Event.brawlstars.com. Head over there, get your predictions in, and get yourself some fantastic in-game loot, including potential hypercharge. You can see how much of a difference those have been making over the course of these games. It's been a pleasure to be in the booth. Mitch Leslie, Kenny Barlow. We're headed to a break. When we come back, it will be Pioneers versus Humble in our second quarterfinal.
The 2024 Brawl Stars World Finals are brought to you by ESL, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Once upon a brawl, a new evil emerged. A handsome young minstrel who once charmed crowds, now fallen to darkness, his smile but a shroud. A mischievous feline, known for his cute paws, now a master thief, unlocking chests and doors. A healing guitar and a friendly face, now a flaming skull, kindness gone without a trace. A delicious cookie baker, one of the best. Now a haunted castle, a ghoulish guest. This automaton once served juice. Now with his sword, your head he'll make loose. A knight turned into a nightmare. Nani and Peep now only want to scare. A fairy tale ending? No! A scary tale beginning!
People often ask, how can I do become a world championship winner? What must I do to get Abs of Steel and Fist of Fury? The answer? Gimnasio Primo! You will learn to summon strength, summon asteroids, and serve a spicy jalapeno knuckle sandwich to even the strongest of brawlers. Fight with El Fuego in your heart. It will not be easy, but as El Primo once said, no pain, no gain, no glory. Gimnasio Primo. It's showtime.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals. It is day 2 and the action is already underway with SK Gaming eliminating Zeta Division from the competition just moments ago. But we've got to keep the ball rolling and introduce our next quarter-finalists to the stage. Your first team is currently 1-1 at the Brawl Stars World Finals and making their debut on the main stage all the way from North America. It is Payne, Second Best, and Juan Carlos. They are Pioneers. Their opponents continue to surprise the masses on the main stage, absolutely dominating yesterday. It is Semantic, Lukey, and Boss. They are Humble.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship World Finals. What a day it has been so far, Trav. The Brits are back on the desk. We've almost lost our voices from watching that last matchup.
Honestly, that was some of the best gameplay we've seen in a while in the Brawl Stars Championship, and no better place than that for the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Absolutely crazy. Well, we've got to gear up our next matchup. Let's touch first and foremost on Pioneers. A great run for them this year, Travis. It's got to be said, 2 Grand Finals wins, 2 Grand Finals appearances, 2 for 2 for them, and for Juan Carlos for Payne for Second Best, a very, very important day.
I mean, Second Best looked kind of fresh out of bed there, coming in his pyjama bottoms as well, walking onto the stage. Honestly, he's been wearing these all week. I don't know if he's always chronically in bed or what, but you know, he loves his long-range brawlers, and I think that reflects in the Piper. What a player he's genuinely been all year long.
It really has, and it's been great to watch Second develop along the years, and he's certainly earned his place on the world stage. Fantastic to see him now being able to find his place, and certainly, though, must be said, Humble are going to be a fierce opposition. They are the #1 seed in the EMEA region.
And we've just seen how well EMEA can do on the world stage as well. We've got 4 of the 5 teams through to day 2 as well, and this team tops all of them as far as the regular season goes. Semantic, Lukey, and Boss being the Humble roster.
Got to mention as well, Lukey, what a fantastic year it's been for him. Someone that I've really felt was a shining star last year, came just shy at the LCQ, but certainly this year has been flying, absolutely flying. And you know, it's hard to even recall the fact that it's his first World Finals appearance. I mean, for someone in that position, you know, you've got to give him a lot of credit for how he's been handling himself. For Semantic, this is his 4th World Finals. For Boss, this is his 2nd. So in that regard, less experience, but that boy can play.
Yeah, I mean, how much expectations he had behind him as well, coming into 2023 and 2024 when he turned freshly 16. He's really been living up to those month after month after month. He's been playing so well, and Humble being one of the most consistent teams in the world. And that's kind of the complete opposite, I feel, for Pioneers. Pretty much everybody lining up with Humble here, all 5 of us on the casting decks, and also the viewers at home as well.
I can understand it. It makes a lot of sense for sure, but you know, I've got to say as well, like Semantic being like on the Humble squad is the most, you know, experienced of that squad. Before this World Finals, had only won 8 sets in World Finals. I mean, the 4 that they won yesterday made it 12 in total. That's the 3rd of his entire career of sets won in World Finals. So certainly had to break that curse, and that's brought him to where they are today. For Humble, this is a huge test for them. Pioneers and the North American region, for me, have been just excelling this year to all new heights. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring today.
See, the thing is, I think this is consistency from EMEA versus the complete opposite from North America. Pioneers obviously coming in as the #2 seed from NA. First month, they get knocked out first. Second month, they win. Third month, they go back to being knocked out again. And then the next month, they win once more, kind of ending somewhere in the middle in July, 3rd to 4th as well. So it's been a very back and forward year for them. And on the world stage, you need the complete opposite. You need to always be focused. You need to always be bringing your best. And I just hope that's going to be what Humble are doing, Pioneers are doing today, sorry.
And it was funny because Semantic, you know, just hopped into the dressing room before going on the stage and stuff and was chatting to me about how consistent they've been all year long, and that is absolutely true. they've just got the 1 grand final wins out of the 4 grand finals appearances. So my reservation there was simply that, well, you know, you are and have been so consistent, but you've got to start to tie up those little loose ends along the way, and we're now on the world stage. You've got to secure those end 5th sets.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, 2nd in 3 monthly finals. I'd be pretty happy with that going all year long. But nobody wants to finish 2nd in the Brawl Stars World Finals. You want the top prize, you want the bragging rights, and also that beautiful belt behind us on the stage as well. We're going to be starting things off then in Bridge Too Far. Humble versus Pioneers. We're kicking things off in Heist, and a pretty overwhelming prediction from the public going Humble's way.
71%. We were all united here on the talent side also, putting a lot of faith, it must be said, in the side of Humble, but we can't forget the fact that Pioneers have just been so fearful on the battlefield. They look really, really good, in my opinion. For Heist then, Bridge Too Far, and a draft coming in, the bands being the Piper, the Mo, and the Kenji on the side of Humble. For Pioneers, the Lola, the Chuck, and the Melody. Definitely a nice thing to see the Melody taken out of the mix there. The Mo also, and the Kenji, I think for good reason. A first pick of Angelo. I hate this brawler on this map. It's just a nightmare to deal with. So the fact that that has slipped through is definitely a worrisome thing, followed up by the Amber of Pioneers, which we saw a little bit yesterday on this very place, but it just didn't really kind of bring in the goods.
I'm so glad you expanded on hating Angelo, because I was like, what do you mean you hate Angelo? He's probably one of the best brawlers on the map. But yeah, it is extremely annoying. That, however, is not something I would have expected to see on a Bridge Too Far. Kit, what is he thinking?
NA, bro, NA. I mean, it's really quite a worrisome thing looking at a Kit, especially on a mode like Heist. It's definitely, you know, not what I would expect to see, but something which could spiral out of control with the right combinations, and they could be thinking Frank. That's all I'm saying. It's definitely one of those brawlers which comes up a lot in North America. That is definitely a boss brawler if I ever saw one. He is dangerous, absolutely dangerous on the Colt, and that was another one left wide open. You can just shred through that safe with a Colt if left uncontested. The damage gear rolling in on top of that as well. It really, really can go from bad to worse. I think that Pioneers have got to be playing a very cautious defense combined with the 8-bit. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster here, Trav.
Honestly, I was thinking Colette, right? You see a Kit on the other side and you kind of like, okay, they're probably going to go a tank. You even mentioned the Frank, which is just absolutely out of the ordinary. We probably would have never seen it in competitive Brawl Stars before. So therefore you can like, okay, they're probably going to go a tank. We'll take the Colette and, you know, kind of just shred through it. It's good on the map, good on Heist as well. So we'll see what Pioneers do choose to bring in, whether or not they're going to just pivot off something completely different and just play something a bit more long range, which they are going to do. And I do have to question this Pioneers comp. Humble, it's normal. I love that. But Pioneers have got a point to prove with this.
It's probably going to be second best on that belt. And for me, one of the finest Bell players in North America. He is just such an incredible sharpshooter. I just kind of have to question the Kit somewhat. Did that change the course of the action along the way when they saw what Humble brought to the table? Because it just doesn't really feel to me like it has too much of a synergy. It can absolutely swap between the lanes and provide a bit of support wherever it needs to be, but I don't know, it's probably my least favorite brawler to be seen in this draft.
Yeah, well, instantly invising straight down the mid. Lukey going to be starting off with a few missed shots against him there, but eventually Juan Carlos will come out of that cardboard box and become visible once more. Boss going to pick up this left-hand side against second best quite early on and should be adding some decent damage to the safe to kick off this matchup.
Halo as well as Juan Carlos, and immediately Humble have got a huge advantage as the 3-man squad pushing through the mid, just second best now as the only Pioneers player still alive. Hayno coming back into the mid and already being tapped up as Lukey's been quite accurate there with the help of the damage booster. Nice gadget away as well, out of the harms there of Juan Carlos. Samantha's creeping forwards as well. That poison's going to trickle down Juan Carlos, and look at this, more than 50% damage already dealt to the safe by Humble.
I mean, Boss trips a nest egg and still absolutely devours the safe. Pioneers haven't had a look in. Semantic beaming it down, Boss in there as well. Juan Carlos looks like he's pretty much giving up. He hasn't had a look in. Pretty sure he's got 0 damage in this game. And Humble destroy Pioneers in the entry game.
I know second best is wearing his pajamas, but they need to wake up on the side of Pioneers. That was an incredibly fast game. I mean, we're talking a minute. And Humble have got a comp which can just tear through things like that. You've got to clear up your lanes. You've got to slow the pace. Having those kind of base race ideas for Humble is exactly what they want in their strategy, and you've got to slow it down.
Well, double right-hand side. I much prefer this strategy as well. Juan Carlos has kind of gone under the radar so far in the bush, but it seems Semantic might be scouting out, trying to get a feel of where he is. And Luki going to be able to join him over this side thanks to the ability that Angela provides. Almost takes him down, and Boss doing a great job here. Jump once again from Luki. The countermeasures are there, and it's all Humble once more.
Juan Carlos there, just a sitting duck effectively here. Luki trying to find a second inversion. Luki comes out on top, gets the super forward as well, and gets some quick kills popping there. The nest egg is going to help out considerably to allow Boss to now come through that left-hand side, and Semantic is a rock on that right-hand side. That additional movement as well with the back of the star power really enabling him to be able to juke a lot of those shots.
Well, the bell bounces off the 8-bit turret, will clean up this mid and give Kane a bit of a pathway through. But so far, not really taking advantage of this kind of control they've managed to gain. The double right-hand side with Colt there as well. Luckily enough, Juan Carlos there. But for how long? Delaying the inevitable, and this damage starts destroying the Pioneers safe.
As a kid, you just can't jump on a player with all three members ready for the pickup, and just that's why Humble are just staying firm on the right. Boss, Semantic, Luki, all three members going in on the safe and getting the set in spectacular fashion. That was a walkover trap.
What do I even say to that? What do I say about that set? I think it's pretty self-explanatory, to be honest. They didn't even get a look in. Pioneers had about 3% damage on the safe. I'm ready to see a Juan Carlos 0 DPS, to be honest with you.
The stats are not going to be kind. I can say that for sure. Samantha came into the dressing room and said, we're going to lose today. Well, that was not a losing mentality there, for sure. That was just, honestly, extreme. I don't know whether Pioneers maybe just felt that they had a winning draft or whether they had a trick up their sleeve, but certainly it is, oh my word.
11.
Oh my word. 0 and 0 Pain and Juan Carlos, 11 DPS. For Juan as well, Pain is 104. I mean, that's abysmal. You got to say it how it is on the desk.
What's that, probably one hit across the entire game?
Yeah.
Like, 11 DPS with 0 kills. Yeah, he's playing kit, come on. Try something different, jump on someone's back. He hasn't even landed a super. It's really disappointing from Pioneers. I mean, you can't be getting defeated like that. Their mentality's going to be wavering. They're going to be all over the place.
I think, honestly, that's probably like the lowest stats I think I've ever seen on a World Final stage. I mean, really disappointing stuff, and Pioneers can do better. I know, I've seen them all year long. They are a fantastic team. I'm not sure whether it's the nerves or whether the draft just didn't really go their way. But something is not right, and there is no time now to fix it, really. You know, you've got to come in more prepared than that.
Yeah, well, we had confirmation the kit did, in fact, get 0 shots in the first game. So I think we know where to place the blame to start with, but some reparations are still available. We've got a few more sets until they're going to be completely wiped out the competition, and they're going to have to make a change. We're heading on to Sneaky Fields in Brawl Ball, and if he gets that kind of low DPS again, I'd be worried about what's going on.
I said going against my least favorite brawler, but I kind of expected just a kill. Just one, maybe, would be nice. Wow. Sneaky Fields, the draft, and the bans already in. The Max, the Frank, and the Sandy for Humble. And a first early draft of Search, which I really love. It's very versatile to have, and a great tank counter also. The Rico, the Sandy, and the Mo banned by Pioneers, and certainly they like to bring their tanks on this map, so I like the Frank ban for that very reason. Solid stuff on their front as well. Kenji, though, wide open here, just putting that one out there.
Yep.
Yeah, what a surprise.
They're putting it out there, it's obvious it's going to be picked up. But then again, Humble have the Surge, that's going to be pretty decent against the Kenji. They can add a Daryl or something like that. And Pioneers are accounting for that exact eventuality. They know tanks are one of the only answers to Kenji, so they add the Clancy, who's going to be able to get a lot of levels off those tanks. You just got to question now whether or not Humble are just going to run these tanks directly into it and take them head on. Such
a free Gale map for me, honestly, going into that Kenji. And the Clancy was a nice pairing, to be fair, on the side of Pioneers, but certainly Brawl Balls, we know. I mean, the amount of utility that Gale brings to the table, the twister on the ball to really just get you out of a really sticky situation, as well as locking down some of these lane sides, exactly that. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I think Humble are reading this one like a book.
Yeah, you're reading it like a book as well. Today, you're on fire today, Ark, with these graphics.
Is that a compliment from you?
Honestly,
Holy!
And that shows how impressed I am. That shows how impressed I am. Rare to get a compliment on me, especially you.
It's a special occasion for sure.
It really is. Got to bring them out for the World Finals. Humble have their last pick now in 15 seconds to select something. And honestly, I wouldn't mind just tripling down with the tank counters or taking a tank of their own, the Daryl, being able to add on the 2 rolls. But they're going to go with the Stu, the ability to just use that mobility, get away from the Kenji. I love what Humble have got here.
Yeah, Stu, especially in those overtime scenarios, you're going to be able to really just get a nice lineup shot when all the boxes fall down. And against some meteor brawlers like the Kenji, able to dash away and provide some speed zone potential off the back of that gadget also. Or the breakthrough as well. On a map like Sneaky Fields, that can go a long way too. The third and final pick now coming in for Pioneers. It's got to be a good one. They are lacking just a little bit of range. These would be nice to have. Let's see, Charlie. Ooh, I don't know. Charlie's been out of the kind of meta for a while. I was banking that one being an I'm certainly not a Charlie. A brawler which, ironically enough, we didn't see kind of like once in last year's World Finals. And I'm not sure how much we've really seen it in this year's World Finals, but for very different reasons.
I wish we didn't see it in this year's World Finals, to be 100% honest with you. It's just so odd to me. The drafts that Pioneers are bringing out, it's like they're such an underdog team trying to make a random draft pick that's going to throw their opponents off. But they're not that much worse than Humble. Humble definitely the favourites coming into this one, as the viewer said, as we said as a collective on the casting desk. But it seems like they're just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And the World Finals is not the time for that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Semantic there, sending some love, looking very confident in himself. Gotta say a big shout out to Boss as well.
He's
honestly.
looking good.
He's looking great, isn't he? He's putting a lot of work in, and also when you look through his kind of history, he's had it rough in the years going by. 2022 in Paris, getting reverse swept by STMN, not making last year's World Finals, and then coming back this year and coming back as strong as he has. I think that we don't sing his praises nearly enough because he is that kind of person that keeps himself a little bit in the background, a very quiet but very well-mannered individual. And it's just great to see him bring out some of those really aggressive brawlers this year, tapping with those Colt picks and those long-range brawlers, and just a very aggressive and all-rounded player.
Yeah, well, we're going to see if Pioneers are going to be able to even out the score and bring it back to 1-1. A very disappointing initial set from them against this Humble roster who seemed to be walking over them. Just completely dominant here in the first set on a bridge too far. And by the looks of the draft, I would not be surprised if that exact same thing happens again. Pioneers need to change their strategy. They need to change what they're doing here, or they're going to be going home early in day 2.
Well, I think Payne's got some hand warmers there. So maybe that's the strat, you know? If the thumbs aren't warmed up, just get the whole hands going, I guess. But as we go in now, certainly this is a set that Pioneers can maybe not afford to lose. Giving so much of an advantage to Humble would definitely be a mistake. A second already going immediately in there on Semantic. Goes in with a nice slice and dice, but Semantic gets the final say. The takedown is there. A good defense. As with Payne and Juan Carlos are pretty weak there on their left and right hand sides.
They get them all the way back to spawn, but it really does nothing for the team as they have zero control. Semantic's going to break some walls, get that grass opened up a little bit more, and make it a lot harder for second best to really show his worth. Lukey with a knockback, not going to have that stunning blow as we see the slows being in as well. Juan Carlos solo on his left-hand side, yet to get a level. Lukey moving forwards, might be able to get a super here and knock them all the way back. Twister plays down to prevent Payne from getting out this locked position in spawn. An all-out control once more from Humble. They know they don't need to overextend for this goal because they're in such a phenomenal spot.
I like that from Payne, being very reserveful there of the cocoon to ensure that he didn't waste it. It's going to be good to have on the defense now. Nice super there from Lukey. Oh, and a follow-up from Bosses there as well. Danger here for Pioneers as Humble pushing forwards. It's just second best now. That Twister was perfectly placed by Lukey. A simple super shot for the bit of miscommunication, but I think it would have been better to maybe do exactly what they did in all honesty. I think that Payne coming in there would have been able to shut that down regardless. So Boss there coming back, I don't mind it.
Yeah, at least it's a 1-for-1 super trade. You know, Lukey might have used the super to pass the ball forward, but Payne threw out that cocoon. Like he was very scared that that was going to be a goal. Boss going to get his super again and the hypercharge along the way. Juan Carlos trying to defend this ball in the corner. Payne in the goal mouth. They're just getting slowed, beaten down until Humble can get an opening, and at the moment, it's going to present itself pretty soon.
I like this from Humble. They're just keeping things consistent and keeping the pressure on Pioneers, not going in too aggressive too early, trying not to feed as much into Payne as he's probably the best person to have on that defense. Eradicated now, super pass from Semantic, and Lukey will be the one to score it and place Humble on the map in Brawl Ball.
Well, hypercharge ready to roll for Boss still, and Lukey has the super and his as well. Now they go in. A lot of damage going to come down from that. Payne uses his to get a bit of extra mobility. Lukey going to be landing directly where second best is as well. I mean, guys, we need to see something past one. I mean, that was a very bad communication there, but still might be able to walk it. Definitely should have been a goal for Humble, but with 20 seconds on the clock, no need for that overextension.
I don't mind this from Humble. They're just whittling down Pioneers and just almost rubbing the salt in the wound. And as time trickles down, it really is Pioneers who've got to make the move. The contestant from second best is not an unusual thing to see in this circumstance, though. I kind of feel like it's necessary because Humble are really starting to run away with this. They're making it look far too easy on the world stage.
This is 2 sets in a row where we haven't seen them get out their own half of the map, pretty much.
Yeah.
locked down from Humble, and Pioneers can just stand and watch and come out of spawn time and time again. It's such a disappointing performance from Pioneers so far. We need to question when they're going to wake up, when something's going to happen. Payne on this pick, the Charlie on the left-hand side really didn't do too much at all.
Certainly with experience on that side of things, you know, it's second best first land, you know, it's Payne and Juan Carlos' second World Finals. It's definitely going to be taking its toll, but I just kind of felt like as number 2 seed of North America that you'd show a bit more of a resolve than this, but so far it's all about Humble. Luke can just pass Semantic and just get that gassy hill along the way as well to stay in position as that Stu. Payne searching the left, but no one's there right now, and now second going to the right-hand side, falls straight into the arms of Lukey and Boss, and this ball again is such an aggressive spot. It's just an open door relatively here for Humble to walk through whenever they feel like it.
I mean, it's a 3v1 every time someone comes out of that Pioneers spawn. Eventually they're going to wait for all 3 of them to come back in and have a bit of a say in a 3v3 fight here, but Semantic going to go for the dashes in. Second best trying to follow him, gets the gadget heal as well, slicing through this mid, but Lukey will be there when he lands. Twister was placed as a kind of insurance as well, but Payne moving forward towards the Cocoon, trying to get the kill on Lukey, and still nobody will secure that kill. 3 people tried, and he still lives.
Again, just taking their time and just getting the resources up. Boss is pretty low stacks there on that surge pick as well, so he needs to try to level things up. Juan Carlos just inching towards the ball there, not going to pick it just yet. Pops a gadget as well, but has got to connect the shots to be able to get his stacks higher. And now Lukey goes straight in, sees the opportunity, hypercharge there, slams seconds to the wall, and should be able to walk it in. Humble do it and get another goal.
I mean, they're not taking risks. They're just waiting until all 3 members of Pioneers are dead and taking the free goal every single time. Second best trying to make a move down this right-hand side now. Getting towards Lukey. Eventually we're starting to see something from Pioneers here.
Oh.
Second best goes for the dash, baits out Boss, had the super, but no opening as Boss covers the goal entry. Payne one shot and he's going to fall as well. 40 seconds on the clock, and what hope do Pioneers have?
It's probably the best opportunity that we've seen from Pioneers all day long so far. And at the moment, Humble have got all the control with 30 seconds left on the clock as well. As Boss there pops a nice hypercharge, really just keeping everything in check. And Humble just going to keep that ball in that pocket. Why wouldn't they? It's Pioneers, they've got to make the move, and they just keep stumbling down. Every attempt to even leave the goal face is doomed.
Shots from Boss follow up, and second best trying to make a break for it. Gadget and hypercharge comes in from Payne, but it's still nothing. No kills coming in from Pioneers. Humble on lockdown, and now 1 set away from the semi-finals of World Finals in 2024.
And you can hear the crowd roar behind Humble as they've been flawless so far. It's hard to believe that they can't go all the way, but we've seen some crazy turnarounds in the BSC, and this is the World Finals. What better time to see something from Pioneers, but it's very difficult to feel it, to get behind it from what we've seen so far. It just doesn't feel like the chemistry is there. Doesn't feel like there's much really going on with the squad. Maybe the communication just on an all-time low. The pressure, it's definitely getting to them.
It feels like there's no... Oh, look at this! That's what? 4 kills in 2 sets of Brawl Stars for Pioneers. And Humble, double that with just Semantic in this set. Add 12 from Lukey, add 13 from Boss. And this is squaring up to be a complete sweep by Humble.
I mean, Humble up there pretty much collectively got more kills than we tend to see in a best of 5 that goes all the way. I mean, just a slaughter. It is what it is. Humble have never looked so good, or have Pioneers never looked this bad. It's really kind of hard to say at this present moment in time. It's really quite astounding.
I think it's a bit of both. Humble are looking really good. Their drafts are phenomenal. Their gameplay's phenomenal. They're playing as a team, and it's the complete mirror for Pioneers. They look defeated. Their drafts aren't good. They're not playing as a team, and this is shaping up to be one of the most dominant sweeps we've ever seen in the World Finals. Or in Brawl Stars.
I thought you nailed it until you said the second bit, and then I realized that you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Like, it's what it is, you know? But for Pioneers, maybe they can bring something out of the bag. I like to believe that they've got the skill to be able to do so, and it's just the drafts that are just not really working for them. But, you know, they've got Philip behind them, and he's a fantastic coach and drafter. I mean, he's got that massive, thick Bible of notes every single time we see him. So it's really kind of hard for me to say. I just feel like maybe it's the nerves. I just don't really But then I say that, but then they had Kit first set that was just not it. So probably a bit of both.
I mean, I want to see them get a good draft and put up a fight against Humble, because then we will see if it is the nerves or if it is that draft. So far, it seems like the draft to me, and maybe the nerves do play a part as well, but the Frank, Mo, and Kenji bands roll on in from Humble on Hard Rock Mine. I mean, Ruff's first pick?
Staple diet in North America, isn't it, really? I mean, there's a reason why Humble keep banning the Frank as well, because they know that in the hands of Pioneers it's so deadly. But I mean, I don't necessarily mind the Rust, but I think in this kind of meta, there's better kind of ideas. I think the Surge first pick for me is a bit more of my flavor. I think it's that kind of similar idea that they're trying to go for with something which is a bit more versatile, can provide something of a buff over time to their teammates. But I mean, in this kind of meta, I would prefer to see the kind of Surge coming through. Rico coming in for Humble, you know, is my favorite brawler on this map, has always been. A lot of the time banned for good reason as well. He'll be taking that lane side. There's a mid still open here for Humble. Quite like a Sandy pick here myself, to be completely honest, but plenty of other options as well available to them. The Gus, yeah, like that as well, coming in for them. Good range, and we know what that shield can do, and it leaves a third and final pick open as something potentially tanky to combine with that Gus shield.
I mean, one of the best lanes picked up by Humble, and possibly the best mid now picked up after Piper's been banned, after Penny's been banned. It kind of leaves a bit of a gaping hole in the mid, and that's something that Gus can fill pretty flawlessly. Ruffs on the side of Pioneers, it just seems like a worse version of Rico to me on this map. That's all I can say about it. They do have this second pick, and they will follow it with a third shortly after that. They need a mid still, but they're going to go with the Daryl. I don't mind that. They've got the aggression. It's something that North America really do so well. Play these tanks. We saw second best player over on the B stream yesterday, and that man was playing brilliantly on the Daryl. But there's so much work to do left for Pioneers.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Bell mid here for a second, to be completely honest, and have that Ruffs and Daryl go on the side lanes on the aggressive, get a bit of wall break potential as well along the way, but certainly Pioneers need to go back to their winning ways. Get that aggression rolling in from Juan Carlos, get that control coming in from the mid, and that gem carry that Second's been so consistently doing, and every mode he's been very good all year long. Gene for that mid, I don't mind that necessarily either. I was kind of thinking it along the way, but they've got to have that support network there when that magic hand comes in. So if the Daryl and the Ruffs are too busy on their side lanes, they're not going to be there for that. So they've got to be cautious. That vision gear, though, for sure, going to come in very handy with that Gene. Third and final here for Humble. They can go in really quite heavy on the tanks. For me, Clancy going to be that big tank counter, but it's still so strong into non-tank brawlers. Just a bit of a risk to get it up to that max stack level, but once you have, you can just run over your opposition with a Clancy.
Yeah, it seems like we're probably going to have quite a lot of lane swaps here on Hard Rock Mine. Pioneers' best draft yet. And what a time to be able to pull this out of the bag. They need 3 in a row to be able to turn this back on Humble and make it to the semi-finals, but only one set stands between Humble and victory.
No one wants to see a sweep on the world stage, not on day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. And in we go. The pressure certainly mounting for Pioneers. But as you said, Trav, a draft is our favourite so far here from them today. Let's see what they can make of it. Lukey already taking an affirming role in the mid with 3 gems to his name. Good. Kooky Popper there onto Payne as well. Really keeps him low for longer. 4 gems now. Sandbags from Juan Carlos are already shredded very quickly by Boss. The Semantic is already stacking up things and just eradicates the Daryl of there. Juan Carlos on the right-hand side.
I mean, look how close he is to level 3 already. He's getting shots. He's getting so many shots against the Daryl, and they're not even attempting to swap because Daryl's going to have a pretty poor matchup no matter which side he goes. Break coming in on the left-hand side from Juan Carlos, and Payne yet to see the light of day in terms of the gem spawner. Now we eventually see this rotation over to the left-hand side from second best, but he meets Gus and Rico on that side. A shield being provided to Boss now as well. Ready to fight off, and already 8 gems for Lukey, and KCP about to pick up their first.
Humble have had a great opportunity in the mid to keep this control going as well. Semantic already getting some good value off the Daryl, was now second, rolling in, finds there the nice little supply drop along the way and gets down Boss. This is the kind of thing we need to see more of here from Pioneers, but the gems are not being gathered in the mid. 1 more over to Humble and only 1 more away from a countdown. If you get a magic hand pull from Payne to Lukey, that's the best they can hope for at the moment, but Boss getting some big taps. That gem there in the middle, Humble are not rushing towards because second is being a menace in their spawn.
Yeah, really tough situation now for Humble, locked in spawn with a magic hand waiting for them as they try to push out. Semantic almost at level 3, wants to rotate to that right-hand side, but vision gear from Payne stopping him from doing just that. Second best in the back push. Now the hypercharge comes through. So many bounces, big stuff. That's the magic hand used. Second best should be pinched down here, and especially with Semantic using this super as well. Almost level 3 secured, and 1 gem for them will secure it. Lukey picks it up and countdown starts for Humble.
Seconds coming in now, has got support network behind him, but got to go on the aggressive. There's not enough time from the mid here. Seconds low here as well. Payne needs to land the magic hand, and everyone from Humble is just too far away. The pressure is getting to Pioneers. It's going to be a match point for Humble.
Something needs to change. They need 3 sets straight, and they can't get a look in. What a start that was from Humble in Hard Rock Mine. 8 gems before Pioneers even saw the gem spawner. Heading into game 2, it's now match point for Humble. Pioneers staring down the barrel. Something needs to change.
It is now or never for Pioneers. Their year's work depends on these games, and they could be going home packing unless something happens here. Humble already. Some nice takedowns on the side of Pioneers, and a break there of the mid from Juan Carlos on the back foot for the first time so far, but Semantic pushing forwards there. The accuracy onto Payne. Second there, uses the opportunity to go in there onto Lukey, getting a lot of value for his time. A nice gadget as well with the tar barrel, but now they're recouping themselves on the side of Humble. Payne has got the magic hand early this time as well. Connects it to Semantic, gets the support from second. Nice stuff. Pioneers starting to make some things work.
Much better from Pioneers off the start. Second best rolls on in, getting the heals from Payne as well through this mid. Vengeful Spirit's used yet again, and that's going to be his last one of this game. Over the right-hand side, we see a bit of a trade between both the brawlers over there. Semantic yet to get to a level 2, but eventually getting quite close. Lukey, 5 gems in hand, does take the lead for Humble, but it seems to be all Pioneers so far. Second best round the flank, gets a knockback from the Gust Shield. Good use of that from Lukey. Now the pinch starts to come in, and we might see Humble break out.
The second's been feeding really quite heavily into Semantic. Now the high charge from Payne connects to Lukey, and Juan Carlos is there. The gems with Pioneers, but a nice reset there from Semantic. And it's not over just yet. They're sitting there, second just hovering, going to be going into his pocket. Not ideal, but when you're on countdown, it doesn't matter. Pioneers are doing work, but can Humble get a reset?
Semantic bringing Juan Carlos low. No more sandbags available, and second best pinned in the top portion of the map. Nowhere to run now, and the 3 members from Humble closing down. Roll goes in, but Payne's gonna fall down. Semantic has the super, down goes Juan Carlos, and they have the count on the blue side. Second best goes low thanks to the kooky bumper, and he falls too. Humble running away with it.
7 seconds remain, and for the Pioneers, it could be all over. There's a magic hand, but the HP is not going to be there. It doesn't connect, and the shield is perfect from Lukey, and Humble proceed to the semi-finals.
Disappointment for NA, but an all EMEA semi-finals is lined up for tomorrow as Humble decimate Pioneers.
A guaranteed EMEA placement in the grand finals has just been set. Devastation for Pioneers, who just could not find any kind of momentum on the field in the drafts. It's going to be a tough one to look back on, but you can't take a single thing away from Humble. They didn't miss a trick. Drafts were perfect, gameplay was spot on, and Humble are looking like a real favorite in this competition.
Taking the words right out of my mouth. If Humble play like this, if they draft like this, they might be my favorite to win it all at this point. That was perfection from them, but disappointment for Pioneers. What a year they have had in the NA region, coming in as the number 2 seed, back and forward from late exits to big monthly final wins, but their year in 2024 ends in the quarters.
The scariest part for me is that I don't really feel like Humble felt tested at all. I feel like, Pioneers could have been given everything they had and it would still have looked the same. See the stats, again, Semantic just mirroring second best the entire way through. Makes a lot of sense why he would be on the highest of the takedowns there as well. But Boss and Lukey just always there for the support. And the whole squad, the synergy of everyone working in harmony, it's really very, very scary.
Very scary prospect for those looking on, and especially SK Gaming. They come off the back of a huge win against Zeta Vision to now have to look at this Humble roster as their matchup for tomorrow. Semantic, a well-earned MVP for the game against Pioneers, and what gameplay he brought to the table. So much composure, and the team in general just played to perfection.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I was expecting some fireworks in that matchup, but I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to be nearly as one-sided. For Humble, they are going to the semi-finals and they are looking like one of the scariest contenders, but we've still got plenty more still to come, and that's the thing. We're shaping things up, but we're not done yet, not by a long shot.
Yeah, a lot more to go through today and tomorrow as well. Still, another 2 quarterfinals to play out today, and they're both setting up to be bangers as well, but this one did end with a 3-0 to Humble. And I am scared for what they're going to be able to bring from this point onwards. Let's refresh our minds, look at the bracket. The top portion of it has been completed for today, as SK Gaming took down Zeta Division with such a close 3-2 win to move on and play against Humble, who have just absolutely swept Pioneers off the table. Crazy Raccoon versus Elevate will be the game up next, and then we round out today with Reply Totem versus Rival Esports.
Elevate, the last standing North American team. The pressure that must be on their shoulders there. They were number 2 in their group yesterday in Group A, but after watching that, they've got to be feeling a lot more pressure added to the mix. Their entire region now just resting on everything in which they do. And they've got one of the toughest competitors in this tournament.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to be in their shoes.
No, NA looking on in horror, I'm sure, at that matchup against Crazy Raccoon, and obviously against Humble, 2 of the toughest opponents they could have drawn for day number 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals, and they drew both of them. Really disappointing stuff for the NA region, but let's not count Elevate out, because that is going to be one great matchup.
And as well, for Reply Totem, there's a good possibility if they play it like they were playing yesterday, that they might also be in a position of landing themselves into the semis too. We might have 3 EMEA teams there. You know, who knows? I feel like Rival have really impressed me, especially a lot of the talent in the dressing room also. That match is still very much a 50-50 for me. This was the one that I thought would be a lot closer than it was between Humble and Pioneers. I just didn't expect that we would see a sweep here today, but you know, again, this is the World Finals. Anything is possible.
Yeah, I started the day off with a tear going down my face, as my cast predictions did not start well. I went for Zeta Division over SK Gaming today, and it did not play out the way I thought. But for you, for Uber, and for Kenny, smooth sailing so far.
Not just smooth sailings today, might I add, but smooth sailings yesterday. 100% accuracy with us, which is a shame because, you know, being the predictions master that you are, I kind of expected a bit more.
I'm going to have to pull out some bold picks tomorrow to catch up, I'd say, because I can't catch up today. I'm going to have to go for the complete opposite of what's expected and cross my fingers. It's definitely disappointing not to see Zeta Division go any further in the quarterfinals, because they are the world champions at the current moment until we crown a champion this weekend. So very disappointed to see them go out early on, but SK Gaming with a very deserving semi-finals entry.
I mean, that first match, honestly, was just one of the most thrilling that I've seen on a world stage. I mean, we were watching it from the sidelines, screaming our lungs out, and we just couldn't believe the fact that the turnarounds were even going to be possible on the side of SK Gaming. You know, toppling the current reigning champions. It's just not something that you necessarily expect to see when you wake up in the morning. Crazy things are occurring here, and it's one of my favorite world finals so far, honestly. You just can't fault it.
I mean, not to sound like a bit of a biased caster in terms of regions, but EU are looking good. EU are looking very good, I will say. And, you know, I'm not going to say I don't like to see it, because I love seeing my home region do well.
Don't jinx it.
And also I get to, you know, laugh a little bit at Kenny and Reddy in the background and Uber as well after casting this region all year long. But they might get a bit of a bite back with Elevate versus Crazy Raccoon next. And honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Yeah, no, I really feel like, you know, I said from the beginning that Elevate are that kind of team which, you know, could really stumble in that first day or just struggle going into the second, but you know, that's because this is their first World Finals for the majority of them. It's just one of those things where you've got to be able to pace yourself, and they've been doing that pretty well. But it's Crazy Raccoon Trap. I mean, you know, they've got the most experience by far in this matchup. I mean, we've had one immense upset today. Are we open for a second?
Yeah, I mean, genuinely all of the games throughout today are going to be so good, and that's the thing. Crazy Raccoon being, you know, previous world champions on their roster and a 2-time champion Tensai as well really makes me scared for what is to come next. But obviously, we do have still 2 more matchups today. A little bit later down the line, we have that Totem versus Rival Esports matchup as well, and we touched a little bit on how well we think Rival are going to do in that matchup. Personally, I think they are going to drop down to the power of EMEA once more and Reply Totem take that victory.
Well, we shall have to wait and see. Our next matchup will be Crazy Raccoon versus Elevate, the last remaining hope of North American dreams. We're going to be right back after a very short break, but you don't want to go anywhere.
2024 Brawl Stars World Finals are brought to you by ESL, Monster Energy, and DHL.
It's funny. They call us heroes. They say everything is back to normal. But they don't know how much we sacrifice to keep it that way. Some things never change. Well, maybe they do.
Just have to do stuff. So tired.
Need more energy drink.
Welcome back, folks, to the Brawl Stars World Finals for 2024. We are still cleaning the remains of Pioneers from the stage. An absolute bloodbath we saw in that second semi-final. And we're also setting our sights ahead to semi-final number 3. Crazy Raccoon of North America. It's going to be Elevate on the other side of that matchup. Who? Ready, set, thanks for joining me. Had to That Group A with SK Gaming in the mix to get here to day 2.
It was brutal, but they did manage to take set number 1.
That Group A with SK Gaming in the mix to get here to day 2.
It was brutal, but they did manage to. These guys emerged with a 2-0 scoreline. Every single match in that group went to a 2-1 series. Luminosity, they fought for their lives but could not make it to this stage. So Crazy Raccoon, what do they get as a reward for making a perfect 2-0 advancement onto the quarterfinals? They have to face number 1 from North America.
Yes. It doesn't get any easier. A trans-Pacific battle between Apex number 1 and North America's Golden Child. We're going to head down to Banks to get this one rolling.
Thank you so much, Uber. 2 teams have already been sent packing as our best of 5s show us who came prepared for the main stage. And of course, there is still more to come, namely our next quarter final. First up, a team that is looking to make a huge upset here on the main stage. It's Zeus, RBM, and Luffy. They are Elevate. Their opponent, a team that honestly needs no introduction. Previous world champions yet to lose on the main stage. Tensai, Shitampo, and Moya. They are Crazy Raccoon.
Now, this might be the first year in many years that a team called Zeta Division will not be winning the World Finals, but the previous bearers of the name are still very much in their prime. It's Crazy Raccoon here ready to throw down. And on the other side, Elevate are a relatively less tested quantity, a lot less lane experience like we talked about here. They're a team, though, that has found a lot of success from some really great drafting.
That is really their specialty here, is they cook on these drafts. Zeus, RBM, Luffy, they are simply the instruments that are used by Killer to orchestrate all of this draft business. Let's talk about Luffy, though. I would argue one of the more mechanically skilled players on this roster, and yet I don't think he gets enough credit. I think RBM tends to steal the show for his tank play, but we see Luffy cook on brawlers, especially Rico. If he ever makes it through that draft, you got to keep a close eye on him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team in Elevate who make great use of Luffy on the Kenji, especially to craft some very aggressive strategies that really worked around setting that nasty assassin brawler up for success. Elevate, I think in their game against Foot Esports, that they let Frank through the draft, and I think they allow Kenji to be picked by their opponents. So they end up losing that first set of the series. We're all starting to worry about the fates of NA's #1 team, but they recover quite nicely. Crazy Raccoon have also had their fair share of scrappy games in the lead up to this match.
Crazy Raccoon, they have not made it easy on themselves, because I would say the typical shortcoming of Crazy Raccoon is that they struggle with some of these drafts. But to account for that, they have the best mechanics on the globe. Tensai being world-renowned for his skill over here, especially on his favorite brawler, Max.
Absolutely. When Max is available to be picked up, we often see Crazy Raccoon prioritize it. They're a team that loved a lot of Carl, love to use Meg, even the Gene and those Gene-Max pairings. This is a team, though, who have really lent more on their individual skill. The mechanical prowess of this team has definitely been one of their hallmarks, and sometimes the drafting has left a little to be desired.
And I think that's deliberate. I think that they really think that they deserve to win if they can mechanically best their opponents. They've always sort of had this mentality, and that is why they have gained this reputation. They've invested all of their skill points into just mechanics. They are going to win this lane by dodges, by not getting hit, especially.
And again, we've seen that prowess showcased time after time. But the game is changing. Brawl Stars is becoming a little bit more about the draft as the roster of brawlers continues to expand. you all at home at event.brawlstars.com. Many of you getting behind Crazy Raccoon. I believe all us casters are also on your side. This should be a game in which the APAC #1 seed could claim a spot in the semifinals.
If Crazy Raccoon had things their way, they would like to play this with 3 lanes. But there's one critical issue here on Canal Grand, which is that there are really only 2 lanes unless you play something that can float over the water. And Crazy Raccoon have already eliminated one of those key options, Angelo, not even in the consideration as a first selection out here for Elevate. We're going to be picking up that Mo.
Mo available, and you better believe it's going to be an early pickup for either of these teams. Crazy Raccoon also, we've seen Stitampa pick that up on occasion. RT, going to be the pick from Crazy Raccoon. And note, Elevate has banned Tick and Larry and Laurie out. They are a team that likes to go for more of that tank play, not so much the throwers. Here's the Gene we mentioned earlier for Crazy Raccoon, a classic pick, signature approach for them so far.
Should be able to deal with any throwers that are selected over here. Also going to be gradually farming up that super, especially if you can see a lot of hits and get a hypercharge out here. Brock going to be a pretty unorthodox selection here for Canal Grand. Should be able to jump over a wall, maybe cross that gap in the middle. And here's the Carl. This is going to address a potential thrower selection for Crazy Raccoon, given that they have gotten this Gene. Makes it a little difficult for Elevate to deal with that. But also remember, this is Bounty. Carl is going to be immediately grabbing that blue star and starting things off with a bang for Elevate.
This also means Stitampa might have to consider Lamp Blowout instead of Vengeful Spirits as a gadget selection. And the Squeak being picked up by Crazy Raccoon. Of course, very powerful. That residue gadget to be able to slow within a radius is very potent.
It'll get them some vision in some of these bushes, and yes, slow within a radius on one of the lanes. And I think it will be able to play this east versus west gameplay that we see to emerge on Canal Grand pretty effectively, but keep in mind that they don't really have a good way of getting this blue star. They should be able to shove Elevate back into their bushes, but that's about it.
Here we go, folks, jumping into our third quarterfinal. It's Crazy Raccoon from APAC. Elevate, the #1 seed from North America. Only one will survive.
Elevate already grabbing that blue star as expected and transferring over to this left side. They don't want to just take one side. They want to be able to own both the left and the right and push Crazy Raccoon back into their spawn. And so far, it seems to be effective. But CR are grouping up around Moye. He's the sort of oasis of health thanks to these magic puffs that keep everyone alive.
Zeus also punished there by Stitampo, who has comparable range and double the health almost of that Brock. Zeus takes another hit here. Luffy has to constantly be moving. You'll notice the residue field on the left side of the map there. The poke damage has been good, and so Zeus has been able to move up a little bit more. We're going to see some pretty tentative probing for the first part of this round.
Tensi's making an aggressive push in, trying to get some damage on Luffy. Takedown, but 1 kill as we see Tensai and RBM exchange. Still a 1-star lead here for Elevate, but here comes the hypercharge from Zeus. Looking for a bit of bonus damage. There's a kill on Stitampo, and Zeus stays alive.
Slower start here for Crazy Raccoon. They do have a magic hand available. That's the Lamp Blowout used there, but not enough to keep Moya alive. Tensai wants to come in, throws a super out, but man, Elevator looking pretty good here.
Well, Tampo still managed to get a kill there with the Hacks gadget for RT. And it looks like this right side has now been left open. Definitely a fighting chance for Crazy Raccoon to start pushing up this right side, and Tensai is going to take full advantage. Now that Elevator back in their spawn, this is when the Squeak actually starts to become a problem.
Zeus trying to push out of spawn. Knows he's going to take a bit of damage from Tensai to do so. Luffy gets up close. Tensai pops that hyper. Luffy won't be able to get away, but Zeus is there. 1 for 1. Tensai doubles down. Elevate still have a 2-star lead now in the last 10 seconds of the round.
Excellent tanking play for Elevate over here as RBM was reduced to super low HP. But Squeak is bound to start coming around this right side. Everyone's closed in. They got to get a kill. Oh, and a buzzer beater finish for Crazy Raccoon. A blue star victory to start this one off with a comeback.
Always dangerous to give up map control against the Squeak. And Elevate don't have a magic puffs-like ability like Crazy Raccoon do, so that poke damage sticks around a lot longer.
Once they conceded that mid area, that's when they started to seriously suffer. We'll see once again though, Luffy starting off, getting this blue star. Elevate already in the lead, they have possession of mid. Tensai's gonna try a different creative way of getting around the left side, chaining up some of these shots, but no kill.
Moya steps up, knows one direct hit would have ended Luffy, but he's able to just crawl away. Now, Crazy Raccoon have bush control here. You might see Elevate opt to split the map, but they want to keep Carl within attacking range, and a rocket rain's going to break a lot of those bushes.
Zeus doesn't mind breaking open some of these walls. That can be a critical position for Elevate to control, because Crazy Raccoon had possession, even if it was for such a short duration. They're occupying this right side and leading by 3 stars at the moment. They're in a very safe position, but once they let Crazy Raccoon take control of mid, that's once again where Tensai on the squeak is going to become a massive issue.
Zeus backing up a little bit more now. Luffy playing cagely. Does have that tailspin at the ready. Carl has everything he needs to go in and dive, but against the squeak, that could be a dangerous proposition. RBM goes in. Shitapo disintegrates. RBM only able to find the one, but Luffy and Zeus follow it up, and Moya limps away.
He's still got that super though, so he's not looking too bad. Luffy does have a way of escaping from it. We'll see some rocket rain towards the right side. Just a preventative measure to keep Tensai from getting in. But this is history repeating itself. Game number 1 all over again. RBM's quite low on the left side. Pull for Moya, but Elevate still lead.
They're giving up the map though. Elevate are getting back towards their spawn, and Tensai now starting to posture a little more aggressively. RBM avoids most of this poke damage, but Zeus needs to be careful. He's marked up. Luffy wants to go in. Slowed up. Tailspin still gets him there. Tensai is felled. An Elevate of a 2-star lead heading into the last 10.
As long as Luffy stays alive here on the back right, then all should be good for Elevate. But we gotta see Tensai on the squeak come around and close them in. RBM looking for the close range matchup on the left side. Kill on the Moya. Critical. Elevate, bring it back.
Right there. Classic example of the power of mode. It's an easy dive to make. Getting subterranean with it and pouncing on that Gene.
Once more, same gameplay. We see this squeak gradually move things towards the back, cornering everyone in like he did in game 1. Crazy Raccoon are playing this slow and controlled because really it's their only option. But they've decided on playing this way. We'll see them also decide to swap some of these lanes over here. Tensai making concerted effort on the right side and getting the matchup diff actually on Zeus.
Okay. Luffy still walks out with the blue star. That's the difference maker here, as Elevate have that slimmest of slim leads. Shitapo getting aggressive here, but RBM is back off spawn, and Zeus has a rocket rain at the ready. Fire at will.
Elevate all alive and healthy here on the right, playing this east versus west that they really did not want to play. Tensai is going to be the main issue for them over here as he gradually closes things in, occupying these bushes with the gadget especially. Luffy's marked, a super in, that's contact on RBM, and for the first time, Crazy Raccoon leading in the mid-game.
This is the decider round of this set, folks. Elevate to stumble, allow Crazy Raccoon to pick up some freebies, and that's a mistake they are always going to punish. RBM does not have super up, so no all-in available here to the Mo. Luffy does, but holds the blue star and needs to respect RT's up close damage should he look to engage.
It's going to be difficult for Elevate to play aggro here because Moya is ready to punish with a pull. Luffy, same deal. He can't gadget in on Sitatampo because he has that super ready to go. We'll see a super in from Zeus, but no real damage onto Tensai, especially as it's all being healed up by Moya's magic puffs.
Okay, hypercharge here coming out from Zeus. The move speed is terrifying. Tensai's down. Luffy maybe overextends, backs away and realizes Elevate have the lead already.
Sitatampo ready to push in once more on the right side. We'll see the same thing happen again.
Oh, they're coming.
Tensai storming the right side. Luffy definitely pinched. Zeus trying to fire down some suppressing fire, but Sitatampo shrugs it all off. The lane switch here with the final gadget from Luffy. It's getting desperate. 10 seconds left. RBM going for the Hail Mary play. No kill. Yes! As he pops out of the super, Elevate still lead by just 1 star and takedown on Sitatampo. And Elevate takes set 1.
A little stumble there for Elevate in that last round, but they recover with poise. Again, it is a Mo dive. The all-in there. An unpunished trade of kills that gives Elevate the edge, and ultimately, the set.
Such a near miss too, because we saw RBM push in with that Mo and actually had to bail before he could get that kill in the drill form. He popped out using the super and then got that final bit of damage for the kill confirming. That is what kept Elevate in the lead in those final moments.
So here, this is how that first round played out. The squeak hypercharge, pretty bloody good. But Elevate here can't heal, that's their problem. They led at this point in the game, but got completely stuffed into the corner of the map. It was a blue star difference to decide it. Then we start to see Elevate's game plan really play out. RBM goes in the dive, but he does so with full information because Zeus spends the round using every super to break the bushes on the left side of the map. So Elevate can make informed decisions about how they go for that full commitment.
They don't want to push in on an enemy that they're unaware of, especially considering that they're playing into Moye, who's holding on to this gene pull at all times. But when it came to critical times, we didn't actually see Moye hit that gene pull. That is dangerous here for the CR squad. When we look at the entire Crazy Raccoon team over here on the left side, though, Site Dampo on this RT didn't really make too much of a difference. RT is more of a safe selection over here. It also plays to counter this Mo and also the Carl. He can't really push that RT, especially since he's going to always have that super up.
Now zooming out for a second, Crazy Raccoon, as good as they have looked, they have seemed to be more fallible than ever at this World Finals, and those are the reports coming out of the Scrimbucks exchange, what we've seen from them in their group stage, play dropping sets in both of their victorious games. They know how to play from behind. It's not been an issue. They conceded sets here and there, but eventually a team is going to come along who will punish them for every mistake so hard that Crazy Raccoon are unable to find an edge in order to get a set. This is a best of 5, so plenty of game to play, but Crazy Raccoon need to shape up.
When we saw Crazy Raccoon take some L's yesterday, when it came to the 2 sets they dropped against the 2 matches that they played, it was because they played outside of their comfort zone. They tried to play the current meta that they're not really too used to playing. Now when they play something that they're more comfortable with and it still gets out-drafted by Elevate, that is seriously dangerous territory. And right now, in this matchup of mechanics versus draft, it looks like draft is winning so far.
Crazy Raccoon say, listen, we're going to ban every new brawler. All the new brawlers, not allowed. Illegal, actually. Punchable by incarceration. We have Kenji, Melody, and Mo all banned away, but guess who still sneaks through? Angelo snapped up here for Elevate, and it's perfect for Safe Zone.
He's going to be able to float over this water on the right side of the map, so he'll be immediately able to contest any pesky brawler pushing through on that right side. This could enforce a situation where Crazy Raccoon have to go for something themselves. Maybe they go for an Eve that's able to float over the water on the left side, because otherwise they won't actually have anything to contest that side. That's where the damage dealer for your squad is going to start sneaking in. We see that Colt is an entirely viable brawler here. Also note that Chuck is not actually banned. Colette is a brawler that can permit you to play this Chuck since she farms the hyper and the super off of him so effectively. So maybe that's the direction that Crazy Raccoon are gearing up for with their last pick.
Not always banned is Colette on this kind of map, but very effective, especially when your opponents are forced to defend. She cycles supers onto that safe, free damage that really can't be answered, especially if she's using mass tax to guarantee shielding should she collide with any enemy brawlers during that super. An 8-bit here, really solid mid, often see that picked up. Like you mentioned, Chuck is something that may be played around. Quite often, when you see that picked up, the opposing team realizes they might be priced into just all-inning, trying to race. Colt here is great. Silver Bullet opens up the map if they need to. He can pressure the safe down from a very safe distance also.
I see potential for this Colt to simply open up the right side, break that little 2x2 that we see right at the entrance to the mid area of this map. Also, the brawler that's going to be sent around the left side most likely, because that is the optimal position for him to damage the safe while he is still safe himself. I also see Crazy Raccoon with this Colette and 8-bit combo that's very, very typical. Not of Crazy Raccoon, but just in Heist in general, since Colette is usually so effective into the slow, high-health brawler. Amber, I think, is a great way to respond to the 8-bit because you can actually play at quite long range against him. And the Colette, too, we're looking at comparable range. That super is going to be great at getting damage on the enemy safe. And I think Amber should be able to defend against something super aggro in the final stages because I feel like Crazy Raccoon are really thinking about getting on something that just rushes towards the enemy safe.
Well, also, Amber, crucially, very good against slow brawlers. Brawlers that cannot strafe left to right out of her line of fire easily really struggle. Bonnie? Bonnie? What is this? We have not seen this pick for a long, long time. Again, a virtual sharpshooter, long-range brawler with the ability with that super to dive, to go all in, but this is an odd one.
I'm not a Bonnie believer out here. What are your matchups here realistically as a Bonnie? You're outranged and outsped by the Colt. You're outranged and outsped by the Angelo. When it comes to that Amber, she's able to simply burst you down because she's still a slow brawler. Now, The one thing that she does have, though, is she has quite a lot of health, and actually make that two things. She's able to jump towards the enemy safe and lock in tons and tons of damage on that objective. So Elevator are going to have to consider whether they really want to send someone on recon, put someone permanently on defense to play versus this brawler. But when it comes to actually getting that super, I think she's really going to suffer.
She's not particularly fast either.
No.
She's quite a slow brawler. Again, with the right star power, Black Powder, you have pretty insane range as Bonnie, which is fine. But her fire rate, she only has one shot in the chamber. Right, so she cannot simply just like send off a number of shots if you need to spam someone down. She really wants to keep you at arm's length, which, by the way, is something that Zeus and Luffy are more than happy to do. Again, it's another bonkers, crazy Raccoon draft here. But we've seen them do more with less, frankly. And you gotta believe it's possible. But Elevate so far have been, you know, dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They look great in the draft on that bounty map here. This is a solid one. I'm favoring them.
Elevate draft virtuosos they may be, but I really doubt they were considering a Bonnie as a potential final selection here for Crazy Raccoon because it's so off meta, it's so unusual, and I think it's unlikely to succeed here personally. But Crazy Raccoon, this is what they do best, is they take a losing matchup and they turn it into a win by raw mechanics.
Here we go, folks. Headed over to Heist for our second set. And of course, Black Powder, star power picked up for the Bonnie. So long range is Tensai. Definitely outranges the Amber here. Luffy, again, as we suspected, will play this right side of the map with Zeus at mid. Crazy Raccoon, though, being allowed to move up here. Luffy trying to keep his 8-bit honest.
Luffy outranges the Colette, and he plays toe-to-toe with this 8-bit over here. Zeus is really focused on eliminating Tensai on this left side first and foremost. That's going to allow RBM to push forward. And note that RBM is going to be charging up his super for free with that gadget that he placed at the back left. We'll see Tensai completely laser taken down. An even trade here for Elevate. They're still being cautious about pushing into mid. Zeus is actually getting quite aggressive, though, behind this 2x2, and Moya is now up to his first super.
Yeah, Zeus really wants to guarantee a hit there by basically walking to point-blank range. All right, here comes that damage. Zeus throws a super down. Damage booster still active here. Gotcha gadget used by Shitapo to try and punish this Angelo. And elsewhere, we have Tensai diving in on the Bonnie to pressure the safe.
So this is how it's going to go. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to play for that control at mid, and then they're going to send in Bonnie. She has to be addressed. Everyone from Elevate has to pivot backwards in order to deal with that, but they're really relying on Moya to be completely up. 100% uptime is what they need over here for the 8-bit.
Zeus here is a nasty angle. This is difficult to punish and dangerous for Moya to play into. RBM going to use the absence of 8-bit through mid to look towards Tensai to pressure him down. Here's Luffy, 3 safe damage. Couple of hits from Shitapo coming in though. Zeus will heal up, and now look at the safe. Tensai tried to dive, but RBM on defense is able to stand.
This is brutal from Luffy. Hypercharge and super in, but they cannot ignore Moya. Despite the walls being broken on the left side, it's still the perfect perch for 8-bit to lock in some of that safe damage. Elevate, now pivot back to mid to play control once more. They're only ahead by 1%. They have to hold on to this control in the final 30 seconds.
Couple shots there from Tensai, put Crazy Raccoon at a lead. Zeus with a hypercharge. Moya disintegrates though. This is looking bad. Colette out of the picture as well. Dive in from Tensai, looking to deal with Luffy. Fair enough, but Crazy Raccoon safe is down to 29%.
Tensai's going to lock himself in this back right corner where he has to be addressed. He's a top bow in. Whoa! Denied, but the ego still hits. 14% remains, and 5 seconds is not enough time for Elevate to get to Crazy Raccoon's high safe.
Rely looking very pleased with himself after that draft. Don't forget, Colette during hypercharge can be taken down midway through her super, but her ego will still go forward and back, damaging the safe. So it's basically a Pyrrhic victory for Crazy Raccoon, especially for Shitapo there.
So Crazy Raccoon's strategy here was to play for that control, then they send Tensai and Site Tampo towards the enemy side. But Site Tampo is more of a late game selection here. Once he has that hypercharge and the super combined, that's when he can afford to go hyper aggro. But Tensai is always going to be playing that role. Just has to get a super first, but note that Elevate are playing so much more defensively, and it's actually going to cost them. Moya picks up the first kill.
They don't have a lot of map control. They actually switched Luffy to mid here. A position that he was losing horribly to Moya and Tensai as that Bonnie collapses through the left-hand side. Bonnie's an off-the-wall pick, but Tensai's been very, very conservative here. Taking minimal damage from that Amber. poking Luffy down when required. But Crazy Raccoon, despite an early lead, air quotes being used here, don't have any safe damage yet.
Elevator playing so timidly as well. They do not want to let Crazy Raccoon connect with the safe, and they do not want to feed this super to Moya, but he's going to get it anyway. He's got a perfect place to put it. Actually decides to put a more aggro on the left side. It's immediately tapped by Zeus, and goodbye, 8-bit turret. That was a hyper-aggressive placement.
Already dealt with. Moya still a genuine threat in his own right, but nice. Bullet storm there from Luffy. That takes the 8-bit out of the equation. Zeus now wants to come forward as well, but they'll look to deal with Tensai. Nice dodge. Gets away from the Angelo shot and gets some safe damage for free. Elevate now have to answer this Colette, who's back in mid, and Zeus is forced to gadget away.
Tampo barely managed to escape by the skin of his teeth over here. We'll see Zeus consider pursuing him, decides it's actually not worth it now, gadgeting backwards and allowing more room for Crazy Raccoon to dominate this mid area. They've only gotten 5% on Crazy Raccoon's safe so far. They don't really have a real way of simply rushing towards the enemy's safe like Crazy Raccoon does in his body selection.
And they're running out of time too, ready, set. There's got to be a shift here for Elevate. Okay, hypercharged super from the Colt. That evens up the game. But Tensai's within striking distance of Elevate's safe. And Luffy can't do much about it right now. Zeus has to gadget away. Would have gone down even inside that super. 3% separates these teams.
Zeus is still the guardian of mid. They need to get over 3% here to take the win, and they don't have much time to get there. Moya already 10,000 health strong, ready to push up mid, has that super as disposal, gonna put it on the right side. Tampo has the super as well. Tensai, who's gonna get that super on the safe. Elevate have to commit, but they cannot touch this thing, and Crazy Raccoon gets set to.
And so the sacred timeline is preserved. Crazy Raccoon able to bounce back after a pretty average first set here with a crazy pick of Bonnie coming out. And they play really patient with this really long-range composition. The Colette looks great, as she always does on maps like this. And Tensai is such a nuisance. Whether it's consistent, long-range poke, keeping the Amber honest, or diving in onto the safe, Crazy Raccoon always have something to keep Elevate busy.
This is what we know about Crazy Raccoon, is their preferred play style is they play 3 lanes, and this is exactly what happened over here against Elevate. They managed to draft something that enforced 1, 2, and 3 lane play. And then from there, they were able to hide behind some of these obstacles, especially against Angelo on that right side. Being able to float over the water doesn't really matter a whole lot when, well, your opponent is hiding behind the wall, and Tensai punches through all of that defense. Doesn't have to play footsies with the enemy side when he can just jump over all of them.
And great DPS in general from Elevate, sure, but you've got to understand, 8-bit has about 10k health. Bonnie, close to that. Even Colette has about 7.7k health. That is a lot to cut through when your Colt is like 5.5. Your Angelo 6.3, thereabouts. So much health has to be cut through on this Crazy Raccoon roster that you can do all the damage in the water, but if you're not securing these eliminations and manifesting map control as a result of it, you are not going to win the game. Slow and
Charge, you got more, but if your moving is bad, if your shooting is bad, turns out you have bad mechanics. That is where they specialize, dodging the shots, landing the shots, and we see a whole lot of dodging on that Bonnie. Despite her being slow, she's sure able to survive.
Yeah, I mean, we really undersold, I think, the impact of Bonnie, but that happens very often for any analyst trying to cover a Crazy Raccoon game, so there's nothing out of the ordinary. We're off to Bell's Rock. Next, it'll be knockout time, and again, no new brawlers allowed. Kip, Mo, Kenji banned by Crazy Raccoon. Elevate, similar, also getting rid of that pesky tick.
RT first selection once again from Crazy Raccoon, the same approach that they decided to take on the very first set, Canal Grand. On Bell's Rock, this is going to be a little bit different because your enemy has to come towards you in those final stages as the poison enforces everything coming close together. They're also facing a last pick from Elevate, a squad boasting a member in RBN that is known for his tank play. So having this RT over here that can split head from base, block in about 6k damage in just a single attack, is going to be a pretty good way of defending versus a tank that Elevate are actually gearing up for with the Gus selection.
They're telegraphing something like that, right? Won't see it until the end of their draft here. But this strategy has had a pretty average win rate over the course of these last couple of days. I think in the previous series, as of the previous series, or the start of the day, Gus had like a 30% win rate, despite being one of the most picked brawlers at the World Finals. And Zeus again wants to go for the Angelo. Again, makes sense. It is that kind of long-laned map where you can find success, but again, look pretty average on Heist.
Deviating from the plan would be a tall ask here, but we saw how that Angelo performed in the last set, and it was a serious struggle because he was trying to land those shots. It takes a long time to charge up each one. It's not like Piper where you can fire off 1, 2, 3 in a row. No, you gotta wait quite some time. And once again, I'm seeing a very similar draft to what we saw in Canal with the Gene now.
Is RBM going to pick Daryl?
I'm really thinking this is a Daryl selection.
Yeah. Again, centerpiece player on Elevate, getting his first LAN win yesterday against a pretty plucky Foot Esports, one filled with veterans that always is threatening. This is the last hope for North America. Elevate here, waiting for Crazy Raccoon to round out the picks. It'll be a Rico to get them sorted.
Bit of an odd one here on Bell's Rock, considering that, well, it's a little tough sometimes to lock things in. Besides that mid lane, that's where you're going to mostly find the value here with Rico. With that Gene, also, I think it negates some of the thrower effects for Elevate, whether that's going to be viable or not. So Rico is permissible over here. We'll see Brock as a final selection for Elevate once again. So this is a sleeper pick that they pulled out on Canal. Actually wasn't so bad, but didn't really make many flashy plays out there. Didn't lock in a whole lot of kills.
Okay, so this is just a really serviceable mid to long range composition from Elevate. We've seen, I think it was Zeus playing it on Canal Grande. And we saw the Brock being able to fall back while still taking shots, making Crazy Raccoon, or at least making them think twice about trying to get that map control. All right, folks, we're one apiece in the series. Let's head to knockouts as Crazy Raccoon and Elevate look to gain an edge.
Immediate breaking of this right wall, that's going to diminish the value that Rico can get over there. No issue. Tenside's going to go over on the left side, but he's not really using these walls to ricochet off of just yet, as Zeus is dancing on the edge of his range.
Tensai here, always on any part of this map can be a threat. Starting to see it get broken up a little bit there. RBM blowing up some of the map so he can help Luffy collapse on that right-hand side, as Moya might not give him a man-to-man duel like Yellow Eyes would prefer. Luffy backed up here on the right-hand side, marked briefly by Stitampu, who's already developed that super. Not going to be relevant until the gas starts to encroach, a situation that Elevate would like to avoid at all costs anyway. They really want to win these long-range matchups, but Crazy Raccoon have the mechanics ready to avoid getting picked off like that.
Elevate have their backs against the wall over here. They're just managing to march forward as they've healed up some of that health. We'll see a gadget in. No real value out there. Tensai now has a super ready to laser. Bit of an odd angle and doesn't get too much value off of it. Here's a super in from RBM Moya on his last leg. Zeus into the poison. Takedown for Stitampu on the top right. And a round one for Crazy Raccoon.
You gotta feel like that's not how Elevate want these rounds to go. They want to get pressure and turn it into map control based off their poke connecting. But Crazy Raccoon keep dodging, ducking, weaving, diving, dodging out of the way of these shots.
Elevate are simply playing Crazy Raccoon's game. This is what they specialize in. Elevate aren't really getting the draft diff. They're not able to bring Crazy Raccoon out of their comfort zone over here, and it's allowing Crazy Raccoon to actually thrive on this 1v1v1.
RBM would like to do a lot more than just keep Stitampu at bay, but he's just not been offered the opportunity. Zeus struggling against Tensai. As Moya just trends to the left to give that Magic Puff's healing back over the Rico. Elevate need to make a play. They can't just let this round get away from them. They need to be active participants here.
So far, they still have their backs against the wall, just like in the last round. Luffy does have the utility of his super available. RBM tried to get some on the right side, didn't manage to do much. Moya is equipped with the super. That's going to be dangerous for Elevate. They don't have much health to work with, and they certainly don't have a way of escaping from a Gene pull. Moya is super low. Tensai, and with the hypercharge, a team wipe as he snaps to the right side to bring home game one.
That goes horribly for Elevate. They have to use a Gus super just to keep them alive. They take too much poke damage from the RT, and they know if there's an RT gadget used, they will instantly be eliminated. So there's no choice for Elevate to use their silver bullet just to keep themselves in the game. Luffy's got to be kicking himself after that.
There's no synergy here for Elevate on these brawlers, on this composition. because Gus, what is he really going to be used for? He has that self-preservation of the super, but typically you're going to find your value from using that on a teammate that's quite low. That's just not how we see it being applied out here. This is not what this comp is tailored for. It is a series of 1v1s over here, and so far, Crazy Raccoon are prevailing.
It's a scary science for North American fans. Elevate really need to get themselves into the driver's seat. They are currently having this match, or at least this set, dictated to them by these previous champions. Good poke, this is better. Moya under pressure. Vengeful Spirits though, staves Zeus off, takes him low, and Moya is able to avoid the shots from the Brock.
But Elevator, oh, what a gadget from Luffy. Finally, a man advantage for Elevate. A super in from RBN. There's one, there's two. Tensai, the last one alive, trying to avoid feeding hypercharge to the enemy side, but he knows it's inevitable. RBM's got it now. Luffy has his super, and Zeus also close to one of his own. Elevate are in a great position.
And that's around one on mechanics there for Elevate. Normally, Crazy Raccoon's MO. But without a draft that is, you know, patently dominant over Crazy Raccoon, Elevate have to lean into the individual. They have the firepower to rely on, as we just saw. Can they do it again, though?
Well, an ambitious super in from Tensai down that right lane. You see them gradually keep RBM and Luffy back. They have possession of mid, and no one wants to push into Moya, equipped with this super. On the left side, we see Zeus in pretty much a stalemate against Site Tampo. It's going to take shots to take him down. Zeus is looking pretty dangerously low over there. We'll also see Moya swap lanes over to the left side, trying to get a jump on RBM once the poison forces him forward.
Zeus spamming pins at Shitampo there. Gets him to come forward. Okay, RBM, hypercharge at the ready. It's raining rockets. Shitampo able to walk out. Look at that. What a magic hand. What a pick up on Zeus. RBM's in trouble now. Another Gus super to try and keep the Brock in the fight, and RBM's going to try and come forward. But Crazy Raccoon will not be denied.
What synergy from Crazy Raccoon over here. We saw a member super low. Whole team came together to body block and keep him alive. That was into RBM's rocket fuel, meant as a kill confirm onto that brawler. But Elevate tried to get some synergy of their own, finally applying that super from Luffy for some good, putting it on RBM twice. But it didn't actually manage to do anything. And we also saw a near kill on a Tensai from Luffy there on the right side! Unexpected kill on a Zeus out of nowhere from Site Tampo. Drops Elevate down to their final lives.
Set on the line, Elevate have to win a 2 versus 3 against, well, a combined 4 world champions on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Moya with the hyper, guaranteed the pull, and it's up to Luffy now. And I don't think there's a fruit in the world that can give him the power to take down the raid bosses that are Crazy Raccoon. Pops the super, but now knows it is over. Back into the gas perhaps, and that's 2 sets for APAC number 1.
Crazy Raccoon enforcing their style of play out here, playing the 1v1s, and when it matters most, going for that synergy. But remember that this final round, even the one that was just played, was a cascading effect after a single kill that we saw from Site Tampo on the left side.
That is often what these knockout rounds boil down to, Ready. Getting a 3v2. It's really hard to lose those if the gas isn't already basically surrounding you. And because both teams are playing these long-range poke comps that have kill confirms, right? We, of course, have Kooky Popper. We have the gadget from the RT. There are so many points of volatility. I mean, we talk about the gadget as well from the Brock. Taking one kit can be the difference between life or death.
It's precisely what we saw. We need to see the kill confirms be the valuable thing that actually locked in the round. And when it came down to Brock actually utilizing that ability, team play came in to stymie that entirely.
And I think, honestly, like that round that Elevate were able to win is a result of, I think, Shitampo or one of Crazy Raccoon walking over a ghost, allowing an easy Kooky Popper pick up here. Tensai on the Rico with 6 eliminations and only 1 apiece for the entirety of Elevate. This set definitely felt like it was an uphill battle for the NA squad.
I mean, I really think that Crazy Raccoon are playing in their own dojo over here. They have enforced things to their will. They have molded this draft to to go exactly the way that they want on these maps. And we focus on this as being the weak point of Crazy Raccoon. So what happens when they're the goats of mechanics and they also can bend the draft to their will? It's pretty much a playground for them.
Exactly. It's like a domain expansion from Crazy Raccoon. What will the answer be here from Elevate? They have one more chance to send this to a 5th and final set. So their Ring of Fire play will have to be centimeter perfect.
Elevate now with the first pick available, and Crazy Raccoon finally willing to let one of these new brawlers slide. Kenji now available in the draft, but Elevate are going to have to utilize this as a 4-5 selection. They won't have the last laugh in this one. No last pick. So Kenji's on the table. Clancy, the crab, now coming out.
Pretty good on those side lanes. These are a little harder to sort of get into the back line from, though. You can play on the right side and work around that barrel a little bit. But Luffy doesn't mind feeding a couple kills early on. If he can turn those into credits, especially with the gadget that, you know, increases his credit generation, he just needs to get to gold as quickly as possible.
And it's entirely possible for the Clancy to fall flat on its face as long as it's outranged, and Control has played Lou coming in quite early in the draft.
Okay.
Definitely a surprising one that Crazy Raccoon could choose to bring in later in the draft, but they actually managed to make it work yesterday, so why not go for it now? And Gus to play a mid over here.
The only thing separating this from 2023 is, what, a spike? that would really make it look like the comps of old. But yeah, Gus again being picked up for CR. Once more, Elevate don't get the value they're looking for out of it, but he's just such a great mid to long range brawler. The kill confirmed potential, we saw how good it was earlier. Lola will come out here. That ego really letting you fight a little bit longer on the point and increase your damage output. It's definitely what makes her such an ideal pick here.
Two brawlers from Elevate that should be pretty good in the tanks, and here's the Kenji.
Buddy.
And now either RBM or Luffy are out to play. So will it be Luffy that really stole the show with Kenji just yesterday, or will it be RBM, Team Tank Specialist, that will take the reins of the Sushi Master over here on the right side? Well, it'll maybe come down to which brawler is going to be more demanding, depending on the last pick out here. Surge going to be getting some free levels off of this Kenji as long as he is pushed.
And we've talked about, you know, comment counters to Kenji being tanks, right? The Elevate's composition is already very hostile to tanks. Very high damage brawlers with decent range in Clancy and Lola, so that's not an option. Crazy Raccoon going for the Surge alongside the Gus and the Lou. It's all gonna fall down to that Surge player. Again, both teams fancy these brawlers that only get stronger as the game goes, and it's Elevate's last chance to stay alive. The hopes of NA rest on their shoulders as we jump in a Ring of Fire.
Right out the gates, Luffy aggressive around this left side, but quickly regrets his decision. He does not want to push into Moye, and he also doesn't want to push into Site Tampo. So which is it going to be? He's just going to have to swallow that and go for it, trying to bait out some of the shots on the left side. Note that Elevate have been quite uncontested here at mid, and Crazy Raccoon are going to have to reevaluate their lanes.
Yeah, no longer can Crazy Raccoon be so aggressive to defend that left side. They're able to step up, get themselves some percentage here. RBM yet to get a hit in this game, getting his first one just there. It's an awkward spot for the Clancy to be. He's trying to get some damage. Caught inside that Lou super, stunned up. Free damage for Moya as RBM heads home with his tail between his legs.
Luffy still trying to bait out some of the shots. Another super in, and the gadget pop to Luffy. So vulnerable, but remains alive or on the left side. Doesn't matter though. Moya has already managed to farm his hypercharge off of him, and RBM on the right side is being totally denied. Note that he's also running the dash gadget for RBM. On the back left, Luffy's trying to get onto Sita Tampo. Bested by the Surge jump.
But he has to respect the power shield as well, because it reduces damage and helps Surge reload instantly. And then there's the super that gives him vulnerability, so Luffy can't actually attack Chitapo at all there. Very awkward matchup for the Kenji. Chitapo now flashing that super as well, knows he can dodge away. Luffy has to use a gadget now, maybe looking at Tensai, who just bubbles himself. And Crazy Raccoon look indomitable on this point. Elevate, nowhere to be seen.
Crazy Raccoon, absolutely indestructible on every single lane. Elevate got a 10% lead at the beginning, and that was the last time they ever even thought about stepping on that point. The Lou, you don't want to feed it, but what happened anyway? Because of the lanes that are enforced here. There's no real home for the Kenji. For the Clancy, the first selection, they drafted themselves into a corner. They weren't really able to get any tokens farmed up and get to that valuable second level where the damage and the range of Clancy actually starts to become a threat.
Luffy's been much more proactive this time around. Chitapo still has a super. Luffy attempts to dodge it. Gadget gets him healed up, but Chitapo is chilling. Level 2 and a super available. RBM is cut down.
It's going to take a concerted effort to move Chitapo out of this left side. But he's actually just going to do it anyway because it's fine. He got his level 3. Luffy on the back right, definitely a threat. Chitapo out with the gadget. Still some damage in from Luffy. And a kill. Elevate, take back control of mid. And a slight advantage. Looks like a good omen.
Yeah, Chitapo though, he's at level 4. RBM's got to be careful. Still bronze. Luffy wants to dive in, but Chitapo is basically unkillable right now. With that super available, Zeus tries to get away. Freeze frame used in order to try and play from behind that ego. Luffy's got nowhere to go. Yeah, another gadget use, and now we're an even game.
RBM still with nowhere to really go. He's outranged absolutely everywhere. He wants to get this back right, but he's gonna have to face Chitapo with the super as well. You see the super in from Luffy. Really no value out of that. CR looking for the next kill before they can actually move in onto this point. Nothing just yet, just playing the slow control.
This surge, man. This surge is terrifying. Luffy gets taken down. Chitapo benefits there from Tensai's super. So it's a very healthy surge still. Moya pressured by RBM. Finally, the Clancy gets in there, but there's an answer. Chitapo brings the Lola down, and Luffy v Chitapo. An anime battle to end them all. Chitapo comes off second best, and Elevate have a lead now.
Tensai now approaching with the super, can get some synergy here with Moya, might need to use it. Super in, pops it on himself. Luffy with a cycled super and slices, dices, decimates. Tensai, Elevate are persisting in spite of a match point.
This time though, it seems like the game plan for the Kenji is so much clearer. Act early, act often. Get up in the Surge's face, whether he's level 1 or 4. Take that fight and take one of the biggest weapons for Crazy Raccoon off the battlefield.
It's going to be difficult because Tensai is so closely guarded. He's flanked by both Chitapo and Moya, but if there's any time of game to go for him, it's got to be now. We saw Luffy and RBM both double stack that left lane. It improves their chances of getting something optimal. RBM playing around this 90 degree on the left side.
So active.
Moya is still actually lining up these shots. RBM frozen mid-dash. And an excellent start for Crazy Raccoon.
RBM though, getting those credits. He gets a little bit of the job done. Close to silver now. As Luffy steps up to the plate next, but he's half stunned. Damaged heavily. Hosumaki healing gets popped here, but Luffy has to play back behind that box. RBM has just hit silver, but Luffy's got nothing to do back there. Nice torrent. RBM gets aggressive, and Elevate finally get on the board.
What an excellent comeback here for Elevate. They've managed to get RBM almost to the gold tier. On the right side, Luffy is being quite cautious about feeding any more super to Moya, knowing how much of a win condition it can be. Luffy up to the skies. Excellent timing on that super. Chitapo had the damage and he had the shots thanks to the gadget.
Yeah, that power shield is huge for Surge. Now Zeus and RBM, the latter flashing his super, generate a lot of threat here on the point. Chitapo falls and Elevate get themselves into the lead. Hold on, we might be looking at a set 5 at this rate. RBM backs up, Tensai shields himself. Here's another slashimi from Luffy, and he gets rid of the Gus.
Chitapo now hypercharged all the way behind, going for the deep route. Zeus trying to dispel him, knows where he is in these bushes, but can't really contest because the fight has been brought all the way to Crazy Raccoon's side. Doesn't matter, the spawn trap is on. Zeus trying to stay alive, jump in from Chitapo, and completely nullified.
There it is, another super from RBM, and Elevate struggle early on this set, but now starting to bring things back. 95% and counting, a set 5 looming. Here comes Crazy Raccoon, they clear them off at 98. Luffy knows he just needs to stand here, and he does! We're going all the way!
Number 1 in A, number 1 APAC. It's bound to go the distance. Mechanics against draft. The Crazy Raccoon have proven that they have a certain level of mastery in both of these regards. But they mechanically denied the Clancy those levels for actually quite some time. But it really, really came to head in that final game of this set, where we saw a quite quick advancement to level 3 for Clancy.
Yeah, because RBM got rid of that self-preservation instinct that was holding him back for so much of this set. Decided to come forward, feed a couple kills here and there, it was fine. Luffy was doing the same thing. Elevate around that control that Zeus was providing as Lola used their two laners, the two loose ends, to keep Crazy Raccoon more than busy enough to prevent them from touching.
This lack of self-preservation should be a key takeaway for Elevate, because if there's anything that Crazy Raccoon, especially Tensai on socials, has been vocal about, is his frustration with the meta, with the brawlers that simply run at you. Doesn't matter if they die, because they're still winning the objective. That is their kryptonite. That is their weakness. It's quite late in the game to really be discovering this, but they gotta apply that knowledge now. Doesn't matter though, because Tensai's still picking up tons of kills in spite of the matchup he's facing.
Yeah, really timely supers coming out onto Shitampo, allowing him to win that protracted battle against Luffy. Every time the Kenji respawns, he is looking for the surge, looking to get into the bush on Crazy Raccoon's side of the map and trap them in their own spawn. But it's a great recovery from Elevate. You've got to hand it to them. They, right now, in real time, before our eyes, are being forged into potential champions by this APAC #1 seed. It's the last hope for North America, and they're giving it everything they've got.
We're looking at former world champions over here on Crazy Raccoon. #1 and #2 in 2022. They combined to form a roster that seemed invincible last year, and they got a top 4 finish. This would be a downgrade from last year to go top 8. They cannot let it slip now. It all comes to a head here on Double Swoosh, set number 5.
People have been saying these demigods of Crazy Raccoon, they've been known, they've been shown to bleed, to be fallible. We've seen mistakes from them over the course of this tournament. They have played maximum Brawl Stars in every single one of their matches now. Naturally, this one, no exception. Double Swoosh coming up for our last map. Amber's open, Gene also available, and quickly, Gene snapped up.
Gene, typically a must ban on this map. The fact that it's been left open is definitely a statement here.
You got to pick Kenji, right?
Surely, I mean, into the Gene, you can't get blasted away, but he's gonna run out of those after some time.
Yep, Lamp Blowout only has 3 charges unless you have gear. Crazy Raccoon, do they do they succumb to the new hotness, to this new era of Brawl Stars, and pick up the Kenji here to try and get themselves into the semi-final? No, Surge is going to be the answer. They're allowing a Kenji pick potentially from Elevate. Can this be exploited in the draft?
Totally can, especially if you go for spawnables out here. Stuff that soaks up Surge's damage is going to be his major weakness. And Elevate can totally sneak up on one of these lanes, but it's going to be a tall task because Surge, as a brawler, he's slow. He's going to benefit a lot from these bushes because he's going to be equipping a speed gear out here to help him out. That'll allow him to encroach on the left side and be super, super stealthy, maybe even get a few taps off on Luffy, but they're also going to pick up Tara. Oh, they know the Surge's shortcomings. They're picking up the key thing to play on the lane against him.
That is terrifying. We've already seen it once earlier today from SK Gaming. A devastating side laner with ridiculous damage at close range and a hypercharge that just makes her super bigger. It's a very good super. One of the best supers, in fact. It grabs everyone, sucks them in, especially if there's a gem carrier caught in that gravity. It's curtains for them. And of course, the Kenji, as expected, picked up.
Kenji is going to be feeding this Tara big time though. Should be able to slash through all of those spawnables, so actually possible for Site Tampo to go for a Psychic Enhancer over here, reveal all of those bushes if they find that knowledge to be quite valuable over here. Also going to be feeding that Surge, definitely a dangerous prospect. So do Elevate decide to, oh, Janet is coming out to play. And Janet has some potential to also scout up the bushes because of her gadget and also a star power swap if she wants to sacrifice the time that it takes for a shot to focus in exchange for vision on those bushes when she supers.
That is fascinating. That's right, stage view will allow her to reveal bushes around herself while she is flying. Also, if she were to come across the gem somehow, she'd be dominant and be able to keep them away. Draco picked up for Crazy Raccoon. What a pick.
Definitely unusual. You almost never, ever see this. He should have some survivability against this Kenji, though. We talk about what are Kenji's actual counters? Well, in a word, tanks. But anything with huge self-preservation abilities. And in close range, this Draco can totally prevail. He has a gadget that'll keep him alive on 1 HP for a pretty serious duration against the Kenji.
Also, his super will heal him if he has the right star power, which means he can take a bunch of damage and still be a relevant threat. Elevate, have they walked into a hard counter to the Kenji? There's only one way to find out. Help from beyond cleared pretty quickly by those Janet shots. Zeus and RBM grouping up, giving up the left-hand side because they know they can't deal with Draco in the bushes.
CT Tampo also playing on this right side instead of the expected left. Zeus is going to get some scouting around the left. Definitely running that +1 to make sure he has a few more gadgets at his disposal. Knows that Tensai's coming up, but doesn't have the damage to actually dispel him, and Tensai gets free positioning.
Right, Tensai dives in, not able to stay alive, not inclined to use the last stand gadget or didn't have the opportunity. Regardless, it's Elevate now with an advantage. A slim one though, as Moye evens the score. Remember, this Tara super can break open the bushes on this right side of the map, make it dangerous for Elevate to play there. Tensai again goes for the gadget. This time it pays off. Zeus must take to the skies after recovering some gems.
Got some pretty decent value on the CT Tampo. Luffy on the left side, definitely risking feeding super to CT Tampo, but at the same time falls to Moye. All 7 gems on the field belong to Crazy Raccoon.
Here's Tensai in super, last stand popped as well, but Luffy's able to deal with him. A lot of map control though, given up by Elevate here, and they're behind by 4 whole gems. Magic hand on Shitapo. He does use a shield, but it's broken. Zeus able to push up now. Luffy needs to get aggressive. He needs to find Moye. Where is the Tara?
Well, they know she's on the back left somewhere. RBM's going to try and scout him out. No real contact. Luffy has an idea. Moye's revealed himself, but he can't push through CT Tampo on the left side unless they risk giving him a super. Luffy's going to give it his all, though. Super in, right on top of Tensai. Super from Moye. At mid, RBM's still alive. It's him and Zeus, but this next gem belongs to Moye. They will be able to take down Tensai in a pinch. Moye cannot take it, and he's forced to back up.
Now map control gets pretty critical here. That's why the Kenji goes aggressive. Luffy deep. Shitapo able to use the super to avoid the damage though when RBM plays back. That's the gem that starts the countdown. RBM hooks Tensai. What a connection, but Zeus goes down with the gems. Luffy's going to come forward now, but it's a countdown. 10 seconds left, but RBM is felled by the surge. Luffy's going to go in, but there is no shot, no hope. And Crazy Raccoon will take the first game.
This Draco was pivotal for Crazy Raccoon. Actually spawn camped him for a pretty serious duration. And as a result, Moye could just sit back at mid, farm up some of those gems on the Tara, and he's practically unpushable in close range. As Tara, you're going to be locking in so much damage when all 3 of those cards hit, and you're going to be getting super and hypercharge as a result.
This Kenji is struggling. Luffy having a tough time trying to get through these layers of abstraction. Draco, Tara, Surge, all of them problematic to deal with. Tensai realizes not worth to use the gadget there, so Luffy gets his. Boombox is annoying. Will reveal the bush for a time, which Shitapo quickly nips that one in the bud.
Luffy's trying to use his wide slash to get some damage on CT Tampo without risking feeding him super. But it feels like an inevitability. Tensai on the backside. Pretty serious damage on RBM, but the gadget expires before he can lock in the kill.
Magic hand available here for the Gene. Moye spotted there. Vision gear, of course, up. What a dodge away from that Tara super. Luffy's able to get 2 gems to his name. Tensai, though, will survive. Low, Luffy comes in with super. Tensai finds 2, but RBM scoops up the gems and gets out with 6.
Oh, pulls the shade. He went for it, but Moye had the support from beyond ready to go. Luffy's going to try and push him now, but has to be aware of the positioning of Tensai. Forced to go in, but he's got a super now. Looking for the damage on Moye. There's 1 slash. There's 2. All the way to the back. More. Doesn't matter if he dies, but he still has fed the hypercharge and the super to Moye.
Hook there, Shitapo caught out again. Now map control for Elevate. Help from beyond pops so Moye can dodge any potential supers from the Gene. Here's Zeus lighting the map up. Tensai mostly being ignored, and Moye is down to 762. Almost catching on was Luffy, but now Tensai's a problem in that super form. Burns Luffy down. 9 gems for RBM though.
Moye's got to get 4 more gems here. He's going to go for it all the way to the back right. RBM's just out of range. Zeus trying to defend, and the hypercharge and super available for the Gene over here. Another pull. Moye at mid. He's going to have to defend Luffy. Manages to pick up the gem, but all of them spill onto the ground. Luffy with a 2-piece, and Elevator running it back.
And Elevate could walk away here with 13 gems and be secure in the knowledge that that'll be enough to win them the round. 5 seconds remain, but the zoning is too good for Elevate. Crazy Raccoon will have to let this one go to double match points.
the true distance, the absolute limit of Brawl Stars. Double match point incoming.
The harder they get knocked down, the quicker they get up, elevate. They have grown over the course of this series, but now they're going to land the plane. Chitapo gets aggressive at the top of the map, but Tensai is dealing with Luffy right now. And doesn't want to pop a gadget for that, can't blame him. Elsewhere, RBM deals with Moye, 3 gems, and they're spilt. Now Luffy tries to get away, another super. Chitapo has the super to get away, and Tensai has the elimination. Zeus only 1 gem, RBM 1. Elevate walk away with 2 in total.
Bad business, though. Tensai managed to come around the right side. He's going to have to be scouted out by RBM. Get dangerously close. Has the super to get bonus damage. RBM doesn't really have much play here with the super. We'll see Luffy fall on the left side to Moye, who's now sneaking up on the left. Zeus has got to find
a blowout.
Safe place to land. Tensai still alive. Luffy
got him.
Does manage to get the kill. Super in. No contact. Moye knew exactly where he was going to return.
Moye can pick up that gem there, dropped by the Kenji. Get Crazy Raccoon ahead by 1, and with 2 loose in mid. Moye will have to allow Elevate to have at least an equal game here. Janet now has the gems. RBM could go more aggressive to get that vision to line up these pulls. Luffy pulled himself into the Moye super.
Assistance required on the right side. RBM's going to need some help with Tensai over here. We'll see Luffy charge forward. Chitapo now with a hypercharge. Big damage on his Zeus and onto Luffy. But Elevate all gravitate towards this right side. Tensai going for the big play. Zeus towards the skies. RBM left all alone. A little more damage on the Moye. Chitapo looking for gem number 10. Luffy's got to contest.
He can't. Chitapo back over the wall. Okay, countdown secured now. Elevate lose their gems. Luffy trying to go deep here, but Tensai ignores him as Moye throws down. And Crazy Raccoon, the kings that once were, will return to a World Semi-Finals to claim what was once theirs.
The All-Stars of Brawl Stars advance once more to top 4 for a second attempt at a grand final. Last time, they were bested by the team that took it all. Once more, they can manifest themselves into that position. Another stab at being world champions.
Speaking of stabs, Tensai on the Draco. Oh man, it was fun to watch. Nigh unkillable, literally unkillable with that super, with that gadget available rather. Elevate made it close, but a couple of stumbles you've got to feel in that last round. They let the game devolve into a bit of a scrap fest on that right-hand side of the map. Luffy getting caught in a couple of those Tara supers. That was a big difference. You see Crazy Raccoon, they wanted to play against the Kenji. They wanted to play some old school Brawl. And old school is the good school here. And Elevate just flunks the class.
Tensai over here, 10 kills for the guy. Penetrated that right side, became a massive issue. And RBM had to play an untraditional position because typically it would be around mid. He is the mid brawler. He is the gem carrier, but he couldn't safely reside in that area with Moye and Chitapo alternating between that left side where he's so vulnerable to being flanked from the bushes. So on that right side, he's now forced to lane against Tensai, who has simply too much health for him to really face.
And let's throw it back to the draft here. It's a Gene pick straight away from Elevate, right? That's their first. Their Surge picked up for Crazy Raccoon. They know they let the Kenji through the drafts. And my goodness, how scared must you be of the Draco and the Surge if you are picking a Janet to try and reveal the right side of the map with that boombox? A very unorthodox pick here, and you could see Elevate were looking for options because they felt like in a pitched battle, or if they walked into those bushes, there was no way they were going to win.
We saw situations where Janet was actually using the super instead of for scouting to just escape, especially against a 1 HP Draco that was such a serious threat with that gadget. We saw numerous situations where Draco's looking to pick up a couple of kills here and only fell at the final couple of moments there. That is how much of an issue this selection was for Elevate. And we see Crazy Raccoon, despite their complaints about how this is going as far as which brawlers are most powerful, they're not too good for it at all.
I mean, they play Draco. I mean, I'm sorry, that's not really old school, in fairness. But what a game we get. We start off the day with a 5-set banger. This one was no different. But now we must bid farewell to the final remaining North American delegate here at the Brawl Stars World Finals 2024, leaving only APAC and EMEA as the regions left to fight for it. And my goodness, that battle between Reply Totem and Rival Esports could set us up for EMEA versus APAC finals. If Rival can make it through, that is a big if. That if is doing Olympia level lifting. But we have an incredible game on the docket still to look at here. Real quick, what are your thoughts? Reply Totem, Rival Esports has been a crazy day.
We see Reply Totem just barely make it to the stage, the last seed in EMEA. Make it all the way through LCQ against Rival Esports, a huge underdog in their match yesterday, managed to trounce their EMEA competitors, and they can look to do it again.
Crazy Raccoon have survived the quarterfinals once more and awaiting their opponent. It's going to be Reply Totem versus Rival Esports to decide our last semi-finalists. One more match for the day for the Brawl Stars World Finals Day 2. Don't go anywhere. It's bound to be a blockbuster.
The 2024 Brawl Stars World Finals are brought to you by ESL, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Once upon a brawl, a new evil emerged. A handsome young minstrel who once charmed crowds, now fallen to darkness, his smile but a shroud. A mischievous feline, known for his cute paws, now a master thief, unlocking chests and doors. A healing guitar and a friendly face, now a flaming skull, kindness gone without a trace. A delicious cookie baker, one of the best, now a haunted castle, a ghoulish guest. This automaton once served juice. Now with his sword, your head he'll make loose. A knight turned into a nightmare. Nani and Peep now only want to scare. A fairy tale ending? No! A scary tale beginning!
To the Brawl Stars World Finals. We're gearing up for our final match of the day. But Trav, what an incredible journey it has been to this point. 2 games that have gone the distance and just had my heart in my mouth. What did we just witness? I mean, it's the end of NA Hope, but I mean, you've got to hand it to Elevate. For 2 out of the 3 to have their first World Finals and pitched against Crazy Raccoon to come that close. Unreal.
Yeah, no, Elevate absolutely played their hearts out and provided some unbelievable gameplay. So sad to see them knocked out here in day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. I really, really wish we could have seen them go that little bit further.
It could have been, honestly, another incredible upset for day 2. We've already seen the world champs go out on the first game of the day. It's just been the gift that keeps on giving. 2024 is at an all-time high.
It really is. Like, it's been so dangerous, and, you know, we're not stopping there. We've got another absolute banger up next where APAC, I'll say after APAC provided that kind of gameplay, they better hope that they get another representative a little bit further on, otherwise they might be having some issues in that region as well as NA, but they are obviously up against Reply Totem, which is such a strong matchup.
It's set to be a massive banger for me. Certainly Reply Totem are that team which have just had a really abysmal year, but they are now at a really strong place. And similar to SK Gaming, I've got to say, they've got a lot of loud voices in their crowd. They are that momentum team, and they've got people cheering for them.
Yeah, these EU teams have had such a strong showing from their audience, from the audience in general, I will say, because they just have so many representatives, fans who come out and support them, and you know, you don't understand until you're on that stage how far that can go. Having the backing of the entire crowd really gets you through those tough moments, motivates you through the hard times, and it is a big thing for both of these teams to have as backing.
In terms of our predictions, so far, so good. I mean, we differed a little bit, but I think that first match was very much a 50-50 though, Trav. I mean, I didn't blame you for it.
We almost just got another loss handed to all 5 of us, I will say as well. A double match point from Crazy Raccoon versus Elevate as well. Luckily enough for us, at least, Crazy Raccoon did manage to pull through. But me and Ready Set, we started obviously with the Zeta division, which didn't go our way. But genuinely, that could have gone either way, and so could that last game as well.
I have yet to get a prediction wrong. Just putting that out there. Uber, I think, very much as well. This is where we differ as well. Uber's been definitely, flying the rival esports banner since we basically arrived in Helsinki, Finland, and I didn't blame him for it. I was certainly there yesterday and didn't quite get to catch the games themselves, but nonetheless, I think this squad have got something special. They could cause another huge upset. We know what the EMEA region can bring to the table. And for rival esports, going back to 2019 with Milk Rio, we really are going back in time somewhat in this match.
We are. Rival Esports, they've had they've come in second seed from the APAC region, obviously only being topped by the Crazy Raccoon roster that we have just seen. So they've been, pretty consistent to be able to get through to this through points. Reply Totem, not the same story. Came 6th in EMEA, only just squeezing into the LCQ spot. They've been pretty smooth sailing from there, I will say. Had a few hiccups back and forward, obviously throughout the year, not making qualifications and going out early on. They had that one monthly final that really pushed their points up and got them in the position to get where they are now, to bring this incredible matchup. It's either going to be another EU representative in the semi-finals to make that 3, or APAC are going to have an APAC semi-final as well as a European one.
Melting Shoe, this is their first World Finals for Milk Rio. This is his third, and I've got to mention as well, Reply Totem's set win percentage is abysmal. It's the lowest of any team in the World Finals at 27%. It was definitely a rough year in the monthly finals streaks. They went out in the quarterfinals 3 times. They didn't qualify for a monthly final. That grand finals victory, which they got, I've got to say, I say every time, it absolutely saved them. But as you rightly say, the LCQ was far better for them. Being able to really get some fantastic results there and knock out Tribe Gaming. That really was a commendable feat, and we didn't necessarily know how they were going to fare yesterday, but they looked really good.
It is one of the main selling points of Reply Totem. That's the whole thing, right? This LAN experience. I saw Reply Totem, Chaos alone has 19 LAN appearances, qualified to all 6 World Finals, 5 of them. So him alone has accolades to rival any pretty much team to completion. But, add Maru, add Mori to that, and they are just that really well-rounded roster when it comes to LAN events.
And in terms of the drafts, we were quite surprised yesterday when we kind of saw some of these brawlers that we hadn't seen for a long time coming out of the woodwork, bringing in Maisie. We were like, whoa, what's going on here? And it actually worked out phenomenally well. So, you've got to bear those things in mind. The draft is so instrumental to victory. We've seen that today, and how teams can topple and falter when that's not quite in place. For Reply Totem, when you look back through their year and the struggles which they've had, to now be coming in at what I feel is their best performance to date, it's very commendable. But for rival esports, they are an underdog somewhat. But I think actually, Reply Totem on paper should be the underdog in this story. And that's not been the case from what we've seen. I think for rival esports, for many that have not really been following their journey this year, they're not necessarily looking like the hot one in this prediction, in my opinion. But I think they could surprise many of us, and this could be one that goes all the way to a 5th and final set.
I do think it will. It's a 50-50 matchup in my eyes. Rival Esports yesterday against Eternal Fire especially was so good, so strong, managing to sweep them quite simply, I will say as well. Not really that much resistance from Eternal Fire in that one matchup. So Rival Esports, if you just look at the regular seasons, as you say, you'd expect them to come into this one as the favourites. But you've got to look at the LCQ run from Reply Totem. They're dominant against so many teams and had an amazing day yesterday.
We can take a look back as well at how today is fared in terms of the bracket to revise the memory as well, because honestly, if you are just joining the stream, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but we are approaching our last match of the day. Going back to the very beginning, it was Zeta Division, the world champions, who fell to SK Gaming in 2 incredibly clutch back-to-back bounty moments. Honestly, one that I will look back over time and time again. That made Brawl Esports history for sure. Humble versus Pioneers, though, Trav, that was a complete stomper.
Yeah, it really wasn't that close at all. Humble had the draft, they had the gameplay, they had the mentality. Everything went right for them and everything went wrong for Pioneers. But I've got to say, that SK Gaming versus Zeta Division has got to be the best, or at least my favourite game of the day. I'm sure you'd probably agree, looking at it from a standpoint viewer perspective, as we both were. But that last game was incredible as well.
It's been such an enjoyable day, and it's great that we've still got one more match to come. If you can hear it behind me, the crowd is starting to go wild. Let's head over to Banks to introduce the teams.
These matches are separating the men from the boys here at Superfest, and this next match is your last quarter-final of the day. So with that being said, Superfest, make some noise! We're almost getting there, it's nice. This next match will decide the lineup for Championship Sunday. So, first up are your dark horse of the competition, securing their spot in the quarterfinals with a victory over Eternal Fire. From APAC, it's Milcrio, Melty, and Shu. They are Rival Esports. Their opponents are an EMEA powerhouse with 4 World Championship appearances. It is Maru, Mori, and iChaos. They are Reply Totem!
Well, Trav, the final match of the day. The number 6 seed rather in the EMEA region going up against Rival Esports, the number 2 in the APAC region. This is going to be a spicy one. There's no way around it.
It really is. I mean, a quarter of the entire crowd alone are chanting for Totem Esports, possibly even half back there as well. They've got so much support behind them, and the same can't be said for Rival. They've got a few fans dotted around here and there, but this is setting up for it to be a Reply Totem win if you're listening to the crowd.
When you've got that much support behind you and everything you do is cheered upon, it's got to count for something. For Rival Esports, certainly a tough one ahead of them. For Milcrio going back as far as the 2019 World Finals, where he gained second place with Animal Champuru, just coming shy of that Nova Esports victory. Of course, for him today, I'm sure many memories coming back to mind as well, that it was not so victorious going back to 2020, where they exited in the quarterfinal stages as Jupiter before they rebranded to Second Division. That was his last World Finals appearance. So to join this squad, for those that have got their first World Finals appearance here today, he has the most experience.
Yeah, but he's an absolute character as well. When he was walking out just now, I'm sure you guys saw it as well. He was like doing some really odd walkout, a lot of energy behind that man, and that alone can motivate a team in itself. When you've got the front man, and I hate to mention them here, Tribe Gaming, when Zulan starts stepping up, the whole team does as well, and that might be the same for Rival Esports with Milcrio. But Reply Totem, let's focus down on this roster. We've talked about them a lot already. Maru, iChaos, and Mori, 3 incredible players and absolute land demons.
For iChaos as well, this will be his 5th World Finals. And no surprises there that his favourite brawler is Rico, because that is really one that I feel like Rival Esports might be looking to ban. And if they're not, they probably should be, because it's one of those select picks that you've just really got to keep your eye on. He finds every single angle imaginable. For Maru, this is their 4th World Finals. Also, they are very accomplished in this position and very comfortable as well. Going into the LCQ, big question marks as to how they were going to be faring, in all honesty. Just really looking quite bleak. They've just been really taking it to the next level ever since then, and they've kind of yet to slow down in that regard. That's a scary prospect for Rival Esports.
And a big one for the caster predictions as well. I believe it's only Ark or Uber who can go flawless today and yesterday, and they have differing opinions. Ark is obviously going for the Reply Totem side with the rest of the casters and the public. But Uber staying firm with his Rival Esports pick that he's been singing the praises of all weekend long.
There is a lot of tense feeling here on the casting distance, I'm sure, no doubt, there on the player podiums. The crowd setting themselves in for what is set to be an absolute spectacle. The Reply Totem fans, they're about to blow the roof off this arena.
Yeah, we can hope for just that. Reply Totem settling in, and the same with Rival Esports. Neither side looking too nervous at the moment, but when the gameplay starts, I'm sure things do start to change. A couple of mistakes here and there can definitely make that mentality waver just a little bit, and the slightest mistake will cost you the team. Will cost your team a World Finals semi-final. In terms of predictions, it was 63% to Reply Totem, 37% to Rival Esports, so not that far apart. But we're starting things off in center stage in Brawl.
I think, to be honest, not a unfair prediction, actually, for Rival Esports. I feel like they've got a lot to show, and no doubt will dig deep when it comes to these drafts. Quite a balanced one, I feel. As we go into center stage, the band's already in for Reply Totem, the Stu, the Nita, and the Otis. For Rival Esports, they do not want the Kenji or the Frank or the Mo. I think we've kind of seen far too much of Kenji slipping through this weekend, so I don't mind it at all. Certainly though, the Rico is open with the Vision gear as well. We know it's going to be a sort of Reply Totem idea. The Clancy first pick. I kind of prefer the Surge myself, to be completely honest, in this scenario. Certainly for the side of Reply Totem, they're looking to have that kind of tank counter in play. Gale as well, another big one, open here. You see, yeah, I would kind of side more so with that idea.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, they're two very similar brawls if you think about it, with the leveling up mechanics. Once you get to level 3 for Surge and obviously level 3 for Clancy, you're going to be playing on pretty level playing fields. But we do see the Squeak roll in after that as well. With the Fat Splatter, you're able to kind of slow things down, scout out the bush, and see where opponents are if they do choose to walk through this grassy area. But as you said, there is the Rico for Reply Totem, and something that IKEOS is very familiar with.
Yeah, it's a solid pick, and the question now is, do Reply Totem bring in something tanky? Because they would be doing it into the eye of the Surge. The Squeak would be able to shut down that left or right-hand side and just allow Rival Esports to really focus their attention entirely on that side and see the slip through. They're going to go with Rosa. That is a daring choice, but in the hands of Reply Totem, they do play some fantastic tanks. I was kind of surprised it wasn't the El Primo myself.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I mean, with Maru on that brawler, you never know what's going to happen, but Rosa, you know, pretty similar. You're going to be able to play the kind of short-range brawls and have the shield to be able to walk in as many goals as you'd like. But over the other side, we still have one pick left for Rival Esports. It's going to have to be a good one to be able to counteract these tanks in this absolutely amazingly well-rounded roster that Reply Totem have brought to the table. But it is going to be Gale, a bit of a tank counter in there as well. Add that to the Surge, and Rosa's going to be having a hard time.
I love it. I really do love it. You know, Gale was wide open from the beginning, but there was no reason to necessarily go into picking it. But that Rosa was not kind for Reply Totem in the way that the coin toss landed with things. It just left a good counter option for Rival. Now that you've got the Surge and the Gale into that Rosa pick, I feel like the Clancy needs to really pop off early on, try to get those stacks as quickly as possible, get the additional range, the additional speed, and of course that additional shot factor in the thick of things. The gadget there, the left-hand side, already making some good work of Reply Totem, but Maru has pushed forwards. A good gadget there from Melty, but look at that slow. The unfriendly pushes off the Rosa just left. Rival Esports so susceptible to damage. And look at this, pushing the ball forwards, and he's taken up on a great twister, and Maru can't get the ball.
What a stop, but now that's gone, and Melty is back, still level 1, passed the ball to himself, a little bit of a mistake in there as well, wasting some ammo, and Maru will clean that up quite nicely. Not too much pushback from Rival so far, as Reply Totem seems to have all control of the map. A super available over the right-hand side from Morian, already leveled up once as well. Not the best of starts for Rival Esports, and things need to change. What a super from Chaos! We said watch out for it, and this is why! They get the ball.
Look at this! A complete and utter TY, but it should be a straight, easy walkthrough. Maru will score it. Reply Totem making light work in the first minute.
Melty needs to get these levels up and get going because Maury's already doing just that, and Maru decimating the opponents along with IKEOS. Slow comes through with the unfriendly bushes, vertical jump from Melty, which was baited out by Maru, who now gets hypercharged and powers on. Surely going to be able to get the kill, the pass up, and that is going to be game 1 to Totem.
Very strong opening stuff from Reply Totem. They got a game. And they've got the crowd, most importantly, firmly behind them. Let's see whether Rival Esports can build up some kind of a response here. Start to have something more of a back and forth. It looked a little bit too easy. We said coming in, to be honest, that Chaos should really have been shut down on that Rico pick. Rival Esports left it wide open, and they're probably regretting that right now.
Punished for just that, Rival Esports. needs to start picking things up. Into the game we go once more. Shu picks up the left-hand side, pretty much already better than the last one. Slow in there as well. A pass to Melty, might be able to get a goal. Opening for Milkreo, and this should surely be a walk-in. It's the Clancy respawn. He stops it!
Maori!
What a defense from Maori. Beautiful stuff, and Rival Esports started better, but still nothing back from it.
The Classy just decimated the opportunity, and now the ball pushed back, and it's Rival Esports that have got to defend this. Mario going in with a nice super at the perfect time for it. He gets Milgrio, he might be in a good spot, but Shu coming in should clear that one up. Maori and IKLs though can scrutinise this right-hand side, keep Shu low, and don't feed anything more into it. You do not want to get your Gale having hypercharge on that defense.
Well, Super comes in with Squeaky, a dash away from... Oh, great knockback though from the Gale, pushes him straight onto that slowing effect of the super. Twist used by Shu to stop him going for him, but IKL leads up shop. Maru's there for the pass to the mid. Or goes it himself, and Totem take another goal.
The thumbs up from IKLs. It's a rarity in Brawl Esports, let's be honest. But for Reply Totem, they've yet to drop the ball. Mario pushing forwards, gets that landed in his lap, getting a lot of scrutiny and fine. Shu taking care of the pass, is perfect, but the takedown is there. Melty came in clutch, and now has got an opportunity to be able to get this super shot, and he doesn't fail to miss. He gets the angle and secures it.
This is what Rival Esports need to do, take advantage of the security that Reply Totem think they have, which they do not. Great super from Chaoso once more, brings Milkreo so low, and might be another chance for Reply Totem to wrap up the set just as quick as this. Melty has to jump back to evade Maru, but still the rest of the team's there. Wanted to go for the trick shot, but thought better of it in the end.
Melty's going to go for the hypercharge, but not the best of times. He was not on the max stack side of things, and it's meant that it was kind of depleted somewhat. Reply Totem now getting themselves geared up. They know they've got 15 seconds before these walls come down. They want to stay firm and get a grasp of the situation. Chaos is low here, got to heal up somewhat in these final seconds as Rival Esports respawning back in. They know they've got a big task on their hand. Mario's going to go early. There's a beautiful hypercharge there from Shu, and Rival Esports are going to be running away towards the goal.
Surely going to be sliding this one. It doesn't have the ammo to do it. Baits out the super from Maru there as well, but the rest of Rival Esports joining Shu up top. Milkreo can't grab the ball, and Maru might be able to play this one back into the hands of his teammates. Back safely into the corner, and a Rival Esports chance quickly dissipated.
Melty is lurking. His full stacks on that surge. Maori low on the right-hand side. Maru with the full HP of that Rosa pick, trying to force things back, but like Chaos falls, Maori's weak and weary. It's going to be down to Maru on this left-hand side, and it's not going to be enough. Maori quickly taken care of. Chaos tried his best, but it wasn't enough. And Rival Esports put one on the board.
Answering back in the best way. Some more confidence coming through from Rival Esports, but Reply Totem still seem, to me at least, in control. The map was pretty much covered by them for the entirety, but a couple breakaway goals for Rival Esports bring it back even in set one.
Again, that residue on the left-hand side, forcing Totem to the right. Now Chaos back, and Friendly Bush is connecting there with Shu as well. As Melting that right. Milkreo, a second gadget there from Maru as well, and it gets an equal effect. Will stop the healing, most importantly, as well. On the side of Rival, Melty did well on that right-hand side, and it's Maori now who's weak, and like Chaos pushing the ball forwards. I think it's the right play here. Like Chaos just trying to get that pinch between himself and Maori to get Melty, who survives on 76 HP.
Not going to get the kills as Mori and Chaos both survive. Maru coming through now, and Melty has to jump on him, but that might be a waste, and that's surely level 3 gone. But he picks up the left-hand side and stops the pass through. Shu's there to defend, but Maori almost level 3 in under a minute. Just a few more shots and he'll be at that stage, evading a few shots from Surge now, but scouted out by Shu eventually.
Milkreo has the chance there to use another gadget, but he's holding back for now. Shu falls, now the super connects, but he doesn't really find much of the Chaos. He walks into it, if anything, 68 HP for Milkreo, and Totem just going to slow down the pace yet again. They want to make sure they land the mark as Maori now max stacks on this Classy, and he's dangerous, as is Chaos. Hypercharge going in, he finds one. Milkreo's the second goal, and it's a complete team wipe for Reply Totem. A goal, and only 1 minute remaining.
Chaos does the job once more, but here comes the hypercharge from Melty. Might be able to find a few connections. One available from Maru as well, and Friendly Bush is used, slowing a couple of the Rival members in their tracks. 55 seconds to get the job done. Melty slowed down by the hypercharge of Rosa. Now the super comes through from Mori in this level 3, providing so much value.
LT under scrutiny, Maru comes in at the perfect time. Oh, what a pitch between Maru and Chaos. Shu and nice knock back and buy some valuable time, but it is Rival that are still behind. They've got to get out of this spawn, they've got to get out of the map, get some takedowns and a goal. In 30 seconds, it's a lot to ask.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to do it. Super going to be missed there on the left-hand side from Milcreo too. They need to push out on Maru, who's there waiting for them. Twister Hughes blocks up that avenue, but Chaos picks up the mid. Now leaves it in a 2v3, and Shu and Milcreo have got a lot of work to do, especially with Maru straight in the face like this. 14 seconds. I just don't see how this is possible for Rival Esports, but Shu's going to try and fail. Melty the last option with level 3, but it's not going to be enough as Reply Totem secure the first set.
The air is electric. Reply Totem fans rejoice for the first set in the bank. Rival Esports just didn't really seem too connected. In that instance in Brawl Ball, they just felt like they were behind for the majority of things. A couple of breakaway goals in that second game, but an important set to win for Reply Totem. That early momentum is surely going to be very much now in their favour. A lovely shutdown there from Maori. That Clancy pick really proved to be a valuable defensive measure for them. But a lot of the time, for me, it was all about that control. And Chaos really finding that element with that Rico pick. Kept the pressure on time and time again. A couple of instances there, of course, where Rival had their moments. But Reply Totem, for me, looked like the stronger of the two in that first set.
Yeah, they really did. They had so much control. And every time Chaos got a hypercharge, Rival Esports members were dropping like flies. Just absolute dominance. And, you know, I'm sure they probably got heroes, but we warned them about it. And I'm sure they're well aware themselves. Big DPS, big kills out of Reply Totem. And Rival Esports not able to match that same energy, as they were pretty much pinned in the spawn for the majority of it.
I mean, Chaos got 2 kills more than the entirety of Rival Esports' kills combined. That says to me a big story. 354 HP as well. I mean, literally coming into the match, said, you got to ban Rico if you're looking down the barrel of Chaos. And look at that. The results spoke for themselves. I mean, I could shout a bit louder, but I don't know whether it will help.
Yeah, I think they kind of probably well aware of the Chaos Rico, but maybe just didn't take it into account, thought they could handle it, and I'm sure they'll be thinking better of that idea now. We're going on to Kaboom Canyon in Heist as the second set. Will Totem extend their lead, or will Rival Esports close that gap and make it 1-1? Heist is the game mode we will be doing it on, so we'll see if that aggression from Reply Totem is going to remain and win them this second set.
Certainly, for me, a tough game mode to have as your second set. For one that you've got in the bag already on the side of Reply Totem. You can get a bit overzealous, a bit overconfident. Heist can be brutal. The bans being the Bell, the Crow, and the Amber. I like that Crow ban, I've got to say. The Mo, the Angelo, and now the Clancy coming in as the first pick from Reply Totem. The Colette ban, love that as well. 6 individual brawlers out of the mix. Clancy could be quite risky, it must be said. I think a good deterrent, though, however, of the Chuck potential. That might be where they're thinking with that idea to have something solid on a defense. But certainly, if you're left in that lower stage of Clancy, you really are a bit of a sitting duck and open to a lot of ranged ideas. Colt, for me especially, a big heavy hitter. Gale jump pad strat into the middle of the map, potentially here coming through, and a good heavy tank counter for Rival Esports. Don't know whether I'm a massive fan of it myself.
Yeah, I'm not loving that from Rival Esports, I will say. The Lola adding to it as well, going to be able to bring some good DPS and the ability to tank some shots from the Clancy as well with that ego and freeze frame if that's what they choose to go with. But the Gale, yeah, I'm with you. I'm not feeling it too much. It's going to work. It's fine. It's good against tanks. It's a good preventative measure. But Reply Totem still have a long way to go through their draft, and they can just pivot off any ideas they wanted to go with tanks. They're going to go with the Piper, and I mean, that's going to be pretty good against the Gale. Once the ego's down, Lola might have some legs, but in the early game, Piper's going to thrive.
Tough to play into the Lola though as well with the ego. Certainly if Reply Totem can break that mid early on, and that Lola's going to have a great time with the vision gear, obviously, as a result of that pick from the side of Rival Esports. So I think for the side of Reply Totem, they're going to want to open up as much as possible, but with Kenji now,
into the game,
it's going to be very hard to make it work. I mean, certainly, I think a couple of these brawlers may be counteracting one another. That's a brawl that I much prefer. I'm starting to side more with Rival Esports here. I think that Melody pick was the one that maybe Reply Totem should have considered a bit more. We haven't seen the best of win rates for Kenji on Heist. And it's one of those brawlers that, yes, it is exceptionally good. but is the best mode for it on Heist.
You know, it kind of seems like Reply Totem going to be banking on the Genji, assassinating a lot of these brawls and getting the real kind of tickle-down damage that Piper's going to do to the safe, whereas Rival Esports have the Melody available and can go to that safe and get damage along with the Lola as well. Already, Melty on 800 HP and Mori getting some good shots towards those stacks. Maru walking in a straight line towards the safe and Milk Rayo alike and gets a bit of damaging. Gadget going to be used, but Melody should be there to be able to assist. Super used, gets some good shots and actually picks up the kill too.
Staying in position for Maru, so important, and healing up now, allowing Chaos to get some good taps from the mid onto the safe. Rival Esports trying to scoot on through on that right-hand side, as Shu just juking, trying to connect with the safe, now finally on it. The damage coming through, just a little bit though, just 10%, but not done yet. Now Milkru, now Melty, this is starting to flow. Maru needs to come back in this scenario.
Yeah, I love the base race idea from Rival Esports, just a shame for them that the Melody couldn't live a little bit longer with the help from the Gadget. Nice push back there, gets damage on both Mori and Maru. Chaos, the only one healthy, and here come Rival. Big damage rolling down. Shu needs a super to be able to add some to the mix, but Lola does enough herself. Good little knockback there with the auto-aimer of Chaos. And Shu shouldn't be far off some more aggression with only 39 on the safe. This could be done with one more Rival push.
Totem fans are starting to rise up. It might be enough. Let's see. Chaos needs to tap here realistically. Here's Shu coming in with a nice amount of HP, decimated by the bombs that Chaos is leaving. But look at the damage raining down. The reply totem safe is on 18 HP. They need to go on the aggressive, but they've got to clear up these scrap first. Melty down to 800 HP. Maru going on the aggressive. There's so much more still needing to be done.
There goes Shu again, no gadgets left to just get taken down. A lot more needs to be done on the Rival Esports safe. Melty just launch pad and up, says goodbye to Maru, drags him back, gives a little bit of time for his teammates to come back into this mid, but at the moment, they're not able to do so. Shu needs a super, needs that escape route, needs to be able to get up the map, but at the moment, no one on Totem's feeding it.
30 seconds. Oh. This needs to be very calculated for Totem. They cannot drop a beat here. One takedown, Shu low on the right-hand side. They've got to find him. They've got to get on their safe, get the damage they need. Milgrio is still staying on that left-hand side. It's being a menace here. At the moment, Rival Esports are in a fantastic spot, but they've got to hold firm on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, 14 seconds, Shu was thinking about going in, but thought better of it in the end. Now he goes in to try and stop them and bring them back. Does just that. 8 seconds on the clock. I don't think they've got the time if all three of them are on the safe. Never mind, none of them. As Mori gets pushed back, and Chaos can't find anything. Rival Esports take game one of Safe Zone.
Signs of life then for Rival Esports. The heart is still beating. And with this heart, there's the potential to bring back a set and level out the playing field. Let's see whether the Reply Totem have got what it takes to bring this set to even, because that was much, much better. The melody of Shu really was a problem and a thorn in their side.
Yeah, Gadget wasted by Maru there as he just kind of had trickle-down damage. Now Shu comes in, has some notes around him as well. Gadget used, gets a decent bit of damage. And kind of the flip of what we saw in the last one where Reply Totem started so strong. Maru really not having the best of times against Melty or Milkrio as they keep on kind of peppering down this shield that he does get. Now the pinch comes in, Melody might be able to get a few shots and finish him off here. Gadget not going to be used just yet and does go down. Shu now has the super, and Rival Esports firmly with a grip on mid.
Shu coming in yet again, but good stuff from Reply Totem, getting the job taken care of. The damage, though, still very much against them. They've yet to make a scratch on the Rival Esports safe. The scale pad is just keeping them on the defense, but Melty's low. Milkrio also, this could be the time to strike. But again, Chaos struggling against this Lola pick. It's really causing a problem. The Ego just taking a lot of these shots.
I mean, the fact that Shu can do this and just run up the map and try and escape does really nice job. Mori solo, he's going to choose to go for the save. Chaos jumps back, gets picked up as well, and Shu's still surviving, gets another, and Rival Esports running away with it. Maru goes down too, and the damage pours in.
Phenomenal stuff from Rival Esports, who are just making this look very, very comfortable. Let's be honest, Maru goes in, but Shu still stays standing. They really are struggling to take care of business now. They've only got 9% damage. This is not good enough for Reply Totem.
Shu, super in hand once more, wants to go straight through the mid, and what can Chaos do? A couple more notes of damage on the safe, brings it down to 9, but Chaos starting to tap that safe. Now gets one on Melty too, opens up a bit of an avenue for Maru, who he wants to take. Mori, level 3 on the right, on the left-hand side, but Shu comes through, jukes a few shots beautifully. He's just buying time for Rival at this point. And with Kenji down, or at least up top, Melty has the hypercharge on the left, and this should be all Rival.
Yeah, and Melty now pops a hypercharge and pushing his way forwards, but getting tapped up big time by a Chaos. Shu still stays standing! And for Rival Esports, they gain back a set! And we've got a banger still on our hands!
The Rival support waking up. The sound of them winning a set was enough to get going. We have a game on our hands as Reply Totem drop this second set of Kaboom Canyon to Rival Esports, and the score is now even. What started as a very dominant Reply Totem series is quickly gone the other way.
We were saying coming in, we weren't overly convinced the Reply Totem draft. It's very hard to keep up the aggression that you need and the consistency that you need when you've got that combination of that Gale jump pad plus the melody for me. And Shu was the shining star, playing the objective, being an absolute menace, and no surprise there as to why he's got the most kills on the board. His teammate's pretty low actually for the most part. I mean, lower than anyone on the side of Reply Totem. But again, it's all about that objective play despite the high DPS there of Chaos. It wasn't enough.
Yeah, I was going to say commendable performance from Chaos there. 370 DPS with the sharpshooter of Piper. Really nice stuff from all members of Reply Totem. But as you say, Heist, one of the most objective-based game modes that we have in Brawl Stars. And Shu played that to perfection.
It really was wonderful, wasn't it? Just kept Reply Totem on that back foot time and time again. And, it's all well and good getting that first set in the bag. But when your second set is Heist, you've got to go a little bit more on defensive. And this is not much of a better mode and map, let's be honest, to have. We're neck and neck. And we're going into Snake Prairie with Bounty. This is where the draft really is crucial. You've got to consider very heavily your bans for Buzz, for Bo, for Tara. So much vision potential here. Let's see, we've got,
well, you just named pretty much all the bans.
Yeah. The Gene and the Surge as well, I really quite like here as well. But, I mean, Shelly, Griff, there's still some big offenders open here. Certainly, for both sides. You've got to be so careful where you lurk in these bushes.
Yeah, I mean, the draft is what wins Snake Prairie. So, this set probably going to be decided before we even go into it. Mo is going to be picked up from Reply Totem, one of the best brawlers in the game at the moment, so they'll be pretty pleased that that has snuck through this ban phase. But there's so many things, as Ark said, to account for that have the vision potential that you've got to get rid of before Mo. Rival Esports will follow with their 2 picks shortly. But on Snake Prairie, it's so tough to draft right.
It really is. Very troublesome. Even at this top level, the best in the world will struggle, undoubtedly, on a map like Snake Prairie. The Bros are coming in for Rival. It's bold, it's early, however. Janet, I didn't like it when Elevate picked that in the 5th and final set. I can understand it here with the drop the base, getting a lot of information from your opposition for sure, but they trickle down, they decay over time. It's not gonna last forever, even with that additional gear to bring that gadget from 3 to 4. For Reply Totem, I wouldn't mind a Shelly here. Just be bold, get rid of that Rosa, get that knockback, and there it comes in. Love that for Reply Totem. They got some options now.
Yeah, I think the Janet will work if they're in the lead. They need that early lead. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. Some would say the worst brawler in the game right now, but might have some legs here.
I mean, for Snake Prairie, it does make a lot of sense. Able to get some damage output, but also heal your team at the same time. And the Rose is going to want to dive into this. I mean, I don't necessarily mind it, but it is very bold. I mean, ultimately, the mode going to be getting the most amount of information. So a lot of pressure certainly placed upon that player. And the vision gear that's going to be necessary to really get that information flow. Grom, again, the Watchtower gadget, makes a lot of sense, but when you're being rushed upon, is it really the brawler that you want to have on defense?
I mean, Rival are relying so heavily on all of their gadgets. When they run out, if they don't have the lead, I don't think they're going to get the lead back. Rosa with the unfriendly bushes, the Watchtower from Grom, and the drop the base from Janet is going to be make or break.
It's bold, it's dangerous, but this is the World Finals. Rival Esports really are putting a lot of faith in those gadgets. Let's see how they will fare already. The Watchtower on the right-hand side. But look at that, as quickly as that Maori getting it taken care of. And the flank coming in. Rival do not have much of an idea where it's coming from, but Maru certainly has found themselves a target. Melty low, I guess for the pickup. The unfriendly bushes from Milk Rio gets the trade to the top left-hand side, and Rival have the lead.
But they've already used so many gadgets to get this early lead, and they're still going to continue going. I'm sure Maru probably going to be running that clay pigeon as well to get some long-range effect when he needs it. Mori going to get tapped up here by Melty though, and this watchtower all the way in the spawn has now gone. Another one placed and unfriendly bushes used once more. Chaos thinks he's going to be able to win that matchup against Milkreo, which so far he is doing. Melty goes in with the Mo. Shield going to be used by Milkreo to survive, but does eventually go down, and the rest of them not in a good position either. Totem extend the lead to 4.
Double takedowns for Reply Totem. The unfriendly bushes there will not slow nearly enough to close the gap. And Maru going in, being sneaky, finding Milkreo, and a lovely gadget there with the clay pigeons to follow up, but just coming short as Shu finds Maori, bringing the total back a little bit more into Rival Esports' favour. Melty takes to the skies, showing his teammates where Maru is lurking, but again, that Rosa for Milkreo needs to stay far away from that.
Yeah, well, hypercharge ready to go for the Shelly. And I mean, they're down and they're placing drop the bases in the spawn and playing defensive. This is the issue with their comp. They can't go aggressive. Milkreo's going to have to be the front man here, because who else at this point? Totem have so much to use here. The hypercharge and the shell shock from Shelly, the super from Chaos, down goes Shu, and the rest of them fall as well. Melty goes down as the last man on Rival, and Reply Totem team wipe to win game 1.
Making Snake Prairie look easy. Chaos going in for style points, and we'll get a nice lead. Not that they even needed one on the side of Reply Totem. Wonderful stuff. And we said it coming in, Trav. When those gadgets were gone, Rival Esports were back up against the wall. Reply Totem did well to take advantage of that fact.
Yeah, real big issues for Rival Esports when on the defensive here. They need to be in those kind of aggressive positions with those gadgets being used and getting kills, otherwise it's going to be all downhill from here. They get the blue star again, but Chaos already flanking this right-hand side and no visibility on him just yet. These two brawlers are going to have a real tough time against him. Gadget used, but slowed down perfectly. Grom in the back left-hand corner. Chaos going to be out of reach of Milkreo, but a good trade comes in, and the blue star and lead remain with Rival.
Maori and the Chaos going to consider regrouping now, and the drop of the base taken care of quickly. Now the watchtower will expose that right-hand side, keeping Rival Esports aware to Maru's presence. Look at Chaos here, lurking behind Melty. Here buys it as well. Catches the blue star, and Maru's about to run straight to Milkreo. Double super, might even get a third, getting valuable hills there from Chaos. Well, look at this! A Grom bomb comes in. The blue star is the only thing keeping Reply Totem here afloat.
Yeah, Chaos got the super just in time. Maru on this right-hand side might be picked off by these two players here. Slowed down, but Mori goes in, and no help on the backside. One shot, and hypercharge used by Milkreo to come and help his teammate out and gets them the lead. Maru falls too, and Rival extend.
Chaos must have felt absolutely useless. If he had range, he had 2 easy, straightforward shots to land. But as a dog, he's so limited. And now Reply Totem have got to get a very good pinch together at just the right time. They can't really get behind the dog either. They've got to stay separate and come together at just the right time while staying on their feet under pressure. It's a tough thing.
More gadgets to expend as well. Rival have dealt with them a lot better this game. Chaos providing the heals, not where he wants to be in this point in time. 20 seconds on the clock, and Rival Esports sitting pretty healthy at the moment. Totem starting to aggress now. The unfriendly bushes goes through, but only affects one member of Reply Totem. Backed into a corner as Totem start to aggress. Still 6 seconds on the clock. Tight Chaos goes in. The super from Mori. They get it done, but the trade, and he survives. All so low, but Rival, he quits.
Everyone was down and ready to be taken out, but no one fell. Rival Esports did phenomenal there to hold their ground. So much pressure from Reply Totem. To their credit, they got that push right, but they just couldn't seal it. As we go in now, whoever takes this game will be 1 set ahead. Shulo Milkreo low as well, but again, this survivability continues in Rival's favor. This dunk pick not able to help out as nearly as much as Reply Totem need.
Mirror image from the first game as Rival Esports start to take a more healthy lead, second by second. Chaos using that super. Milcreo's just going to wait him out, try get some help from his teammates to be able to secure the kill after that super's gone. It is 5-0, and Totem have a lot of work to do.
Melty will drop the base and go straight to the skies, tapping into Maru, finding out Chaos as well, and that's going to bring a great deal of awareness to Rival here. Chaos getting some heals over. Maru is in a very nice spot. He might go in here. He's found both players. He will do just that. He gets the gun. He gets the player. Milcreo's the last one standing. He's got the HP, but Rival Esports are now behind. It's Reply Totem, ready for the hills.
Dream position for Totem. They needed the lead, and that's what they have. Unfriendly Bushes comes through. Who are they going to try and pick off? Chaos quite low, as well as Maru Mori in the same situation. Here comes the super. Maru affected by N2, dropped down. Just Mori alive. 40 seconds between Rival and 2 sets.
A 4-star lead for Rival Esports and more gadgets placed down. That, however, is the last. Going to be surviving only on Melty now on his super. Maori got his drill, going to be coming in at just the right time as well. Everyone low, but Milcreo is going aggressive on Chaos, going aggressive on Maru as well, but Maori gets some stars. They are still behind by 2, but they find Melty, and that is enough to go on the retreat.
5 for Mori, 10 seconds, and Rival Esports need stars. Still ticking down, Maru steps out, Chaos coming aggressive, can he be picked up? Super in hand as well, and they add more. 16-10. And Totem go up.
The roof is falling off this arena as we speak. As Reply Totem fans take the stand. A really commendable comeback. I was very, very worried for them there. They had to get that right, and it was not an easy thing to make happen. The communication really had to be on point for a lot of these pushes to make sure that the aggression was there, but combining it also with just calculation. Again, that same old story from that first game through to the third for Rival Esports. Once the utility was down, they were down for the count. Reply Totem could have faltered.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
So low in that second game. Everything could have been different, but what a play by Mori, and what plays, I should say, by Mori in this third game. Coming away with 5 stars in the end of it. Managed to get Melty picked up there as well and get the retreat and the win for Reply Totem. In terms of stars, or kills I should say, Chaos was 7. So much for being one of the worst brawls in the game, because here, he proved his worth.
A number of times I did feel like if it had been another brawler, there could have been more to the tally, let's be honest. But that additional healing really did play a valuable role. And just keeping everyone afloat, being able to go on the aggressive in correlation to that. I mean, I know that State Prairie for some of the communities is not their favorite, and I'm sure for some of the players, well, not necessarily theirs. But I found that very entertaining, I can't lie.
Love it. I love a bit of Snake Prairie. I will argue with anybody on that statement as well. Out in the open on Knockout could be our deciding game, as Reply Totem just 1 set away from victory and the semi-finals. But Rival Esports will need 2 on the trot if they want to be able to get themselves that next round ahead.
And I can vouch, you have always loved Snake Prairie. You know, it's not just words. I've known you a long time and you've always said the same thing. Right then, bans are in. The first pick of Jean for Reply Totem, the bans, the Kenji, the Brock, and the Nanny. For Rival Esports, the Piper, the Angelo, and the Gus. Gus ban, really quite an underrated one, but one that I think is very much necessary here. Gonna leave open some heavy hitters still for me. I like the Pearl pick later on down the lines to combine with that Jean. Might be on the idea there for Reply Totem. But certainly some long range available. RT springs immediately to mind as one of those that could be on the cards for Rival Esports. And a second follow-up still to come, but good on both sides so far.
Yeah, I mean, Pearl, it's a great shout. It fends off tanks and pairs well with that Jean as well. So either side could be pretty happy to pick up that brawler, I'd say. Got that decent mid-range. They're going to go with the Bell, however. Want to take the sharpshooter route, and obviously bouncing in these kind of later stages or early stages reveals where they are in the bushes and keeps players low. I really like that brawler. Mark up some tanks, and it makes it a lot easier too if that's the route Reply Totem go.
Reply Totem fans stomping in the arena at the moment is causing a bit of an earthquake here on the casting desk, and I love it. I really do love it. When the Brawl community get rowdy is what I live for, Trav. Let's see what they're thinking. Maru in deep thought there, and it is gonna be that Pearl combo. I really do like it here on Out in the Open, but certainly it does really come into some troubles against a Buster. They're going to be going with the Byron to get the heals in, but for me, if I'm Rival Esports, go with the Buster. It's going to be really, really hard for Reply Totem to go on the aggressive when they've got that charging their way forwards.
But also, even if they do just take another long-range brawler, they've kind of got the lead in at the range as well. You know, against the Pearl, who doesn't really do that much at range, and Byron, who's more of a healer than a damage dealer at range. It's definitely not a worst of shouts to go with something like that, and it is going to be the Eve. I don't love it, I don't hate it. Obviously the ability to walk over the water gives you a bit of an advantage over the left-hand side early on. But, you know, if you can get that broken up with a Pearl Super or something like that, then that could work too.
Going to play well into the Byron, certainly. That's going to be where those kind of hatchlings are going to be causing some trouble for Reply Totem. Keeping the Bell shooting, the Pearl shooting as well is going to keep that overcooked low, so it's going to be a troublesome brawler, actually, for Reply Totem on some level, but I still just love this Jean Pearl combo and the value that you can get from the Vision Gear. I think for Rival Esports, they do have to heavily consider that Pearl pick and whether they go on the aggressive quickly to try to eradicate it.
Well, slow off the start for both teams here, just trying to kind of pepper each other down. A little reverse polarity from Melty. Will go bouncing around the map, but not find anybody just yet. A Byron shot connects with Shu, and he does have to retreat back over that water. Maru trying to make the most of this burn down damage from the gadget, but didn't find anything from it.
Nice gadget there from Melty. Does find Maru, who has the shield now, but certainly not in the best of spots at the moment on the back lines there in the bush, but now pushing their way forwards. It's like Chaos getting some nice taps there. From that top right, Shu down to 1,300 HP there. Maru there pops a nice overcooked, and Melty might even burn down here, going to survive just about, but forced back. He's going to land this mark, and Maru would be an ideal target, but Maori keeps up the aggression, keeping him low.
Yeah, Chaos Tap's doing so much. Melty starting to be able to heal, but that's cut short. Milkreo so low. Shu the only one really with some decent HP, but that's not going to matter either, as Reply Totem take this first round 3 players up to the 0 of Rival.
Maori has the pull as well. Now, can hunker down, supply some nice healing along the way. Try and secure Melty before he gets the mark off onto Maru. Milkreo is definitely a hazard that Maru would like to avoid. If they got the support, an ideal person to get rid of early now. Here comes the overcooks from Maru, and big, heavy taps on that left-hand side. We can go 3 versus 2. Chaos bouncing his tasks into the mid, keeping Melty low. Magic hand from Maori. The Reply Totem are making it look so straight forward. The game is there, and it's now match point.
6 kills to the 0 of Rival Esports. Something needs to change if you want to see a set 5, because 2 games in a row have to be theirs to be able to fend off Reply Totem and take them to a set number 5. Well, so far, it's all Totem, caught off guard by Maru twice, and that was the entry to both of those games.
Certainly a great deal of pressure. Now Maori low, goes down. Nice hacks gadget there from Milkreo to secure it. Low himself. Will he falter here? Like Chaos going for Shu, but that might be enough. He might fall down himself here. Milkreo surviving on. Like Chaos falls down to Maru, just going to try to earn a super high assume here. Can't really do much more, doesn't want to feed, but the gas still so far away. He'll fall now. And around goes the way of Rival.
Rival aren't done yet. Eve Hatchling's going to be available as well when Shu wants to bring them in. Might be able to gain some ground from that against Chaos too. But Maury's pinch is there early on. They're now thrown down and evading these shots nicely. Vengeful Spirits only shoots 1 out. But Shu not in the best of positions and forced to jump away. Now the Hatchlings come in and Rivals just gain some ground.
Another hatchling, not really that much of an issue for Maori. Maru is forced back, however. That Melty mark, again, still needs to find its place. Being very patient in that regard on the side of Rival. Oh, look at this. Intense scrutiny there. And Shu will fall. He'll burn down in the middle of the jump. Maru coming in now, keeping Milkreo back. And it's the prime opportunity for Reply Totem to strike. Missed magic hand from Maori. It's an unusual sight to see.
Yeah, Melty goes down and Milkreo should be following shortly after, unless he can pull off the most miraculous 1v3 I've ever seen. Trying not to feed that gene pull. Ends up feeding a good amount of Maru's super instead. One round now is all Totem need.
This round for a place in tomorrow's semi-finals. For Reply Totem, this is a huge moment. The Milk Rio might have survived, 789 HP, and Maro's going to continue to push his left-hand side. Got to be tread cautiously here. Rival Esports are pushed into a corner now, and when you're in a corner, you can bite back hard.
Hypercharge available for Melty. Gonna be able to get that increase move. Oh, Paul comes in, gets on Shu, but he's not dead yet. Gets some good shots in. Melty starts to bounce out. He gets one and evens the score. Splash comes through, and Milk gets hit. Totem on the brink of semis.
Just one more takedown, and Reply Totem will have done it. Melty is the sole survivor of Rival Esports and fighting for his life. Maori now showing him up again with that vision gear. It's just a matter of time, surely, for IKaos and Maori to secure what they need to do. The gas now coming in. They've got the heals as well. It's surely going to go their way if they can just secure Melty.
Gas comes in. Shots being hit. Melty goes down. And Reply Totem go on.
Boys in green leave their rival in the dust, and a green light to the semi-finals. A trying year, if not the most trying year this organization has seen in Brawl Esports history, but they are trending up. Their biggest test yet, and a 3-1 scoreline is how their quarterfinals goes. We have got, Trav, 3 teams from EMEA in the semi-finals. That is ridiculous.
But EMEA's biggest kryptonite is there with them. Crazy Raccoon also making it that far. The APAC counterparts of Rival Esports. Reply Totem have knocked one out. Now going to be looking forward to try and take down APAC in entirety. But what great gameplay this was from Reply Totem. Pure brilliance all the way through this series.
What a pull there from Maori as well. Such a difficult brawler to land it on with the gotta go gadget on the Eve side of things. You know, you can dupe that accordingly. And even there, you know, the pressure can get to some, even the very best in the world there. You know you've got a straightforward opportunity to secure it, but sometimes it just takes a little moment of weakness and a little bit of getting over carried away to really cause a huge fumble. But they look so confident. That's what makes Reply Totem a really scary team. As the number 6 seed from EMEA, the lowest seed. Gotta reiterate that. 3 quarterfinals exits, 1 monthly final which they didn't even qualify for. And then LCQ came around. Like, whatever they were doing behind the scenes to ensure they were prepared for LCQ and what was to come after that, you've got to commend Reply Totem and the team behind them for doing that, because they have just excelled.
Yeah, the least deserving team coming into Worlds, slowly becoming one of the fan favorites and making it all the way to the semi-finals, defeating Rival Esports here in a 3-1. A little bit of pushback, but overall, it was mostly the MEA side.
Today has been, honestly, just non-stop brawl. Exactly what we asked for from a World Finals. As we look back through the bracket, of course, for me, still that biggest story of the day. SK Gaming knocking out the world champions of Zeta Division in the first match. Humble then stomping Pioneers. Quite literally a rarity to see a sweep on the World Finals stage of day 2. Crazy Raccoon, 1 game away, Trav, from being knocked out of the World Finals by a team which 2 of the 3 players are having their first World Finals. Commiserations to Elevate. Honestly, we had all of you in the crowd cheering on their side, except, of course, for the big, loud voices behind Crazy Raccoon. But, again, you've got to commend them, haven't you? And for Reply Totem, a big victory against Rival Esports will put them into the semis tomorrow against Crazy Raccoon. I don't envy them for that matchup. SK Gaming versus Humble will be the first match tomorrow. And Trav, you know, it's that time. We've got to talk about our predictions.
Yeah.
I'll let you do the honors.
To my disappointment, I don't want to do the honors, Ark. I don't want to do the honors. I was flawless coming into today, and then the first game where me and Ready Sets predicted Zeta Division went the way of SK Gaming. From there, for the most of us, pretty smooth sailing. Humble, Crazy Raccoon, and Totem were just Uber, missing off and losing his flawless streak with that Rival Esports prediction at the end.
So 16 streak for me now. Who would have thought it on the World Finals? Great time for it. We've had an absolute blast here for day 2. Make sure that you join us here tomorrow for day 3. We're going to head over to Bags to end out the day.
Thank you so much, Ark and Trav, for carrying us through that final match of day 2. Our semi-finalists are now locked in for tomorrow, and that means that all of our remaining teams in the competition are guaranteed $80,000. Tomorrow, we will be crowning our champion, and one team will get to lift that Brawl Stars Championship belt. Thank you so much to all of the players, to all of the talent, and of course, all of the production for all of your hard work so far. But most of all, thank you so much to the fans, both here at the Superfest Arena and at home, for watching and supporting your favorite teams. Tomorrow is our final day, and we will be back here, same place, same time. My name is Banks. See you then.